Several years ago, there was a movie called National Treasure where Nicolas Cage found a secret code embedded in the back of the Declaration of Independence, which led him to an amazing discovery. Obviously, such a code implies someone with great intelligence. Suppose there was a code embedded in numbers themselves, an encrypted message requiring a different kind of translation process. In the book of Moses, he said he numbered everything he created. Quite recently, they have discovered an actual code built into numbers mathematically. There are negative numbers as well as positive numbers. This tells us something about God's math. So on such a positive number set, you would have positive numbers that would add up to positive 18 on the right side, but on the left side of 0, you would have the same numbers that would add up to negative 18. The way most people look at this is the negative 18 would not mean anything behind 0 because everything below 0 is 0. However, you look at it like this. If you're negative in your bank account $18, then that's real money that you need to retrieve. In the book of Daniel, the Lord revealed 4 kingdoms, Babylon, Persia, Greece, and Rome, in the shape and design of a human body. The scriptures describe this as an image, which means something that's not real. In other words, an illusion. Number 1, it starts from the top down, not the bottom up. You have these kingdoms that grow from Babylon downward to Rome. That's impossible. It defies gravity. Later on, the prophet describes these kingdoms as beasts. Babylon, a lion, Persia, a bear, and Greece, a leopard. Are these animals also illusions? During an important general conference address, Joseph Smith talked about the beasts in the book of Revelation and Daniel. However, today there seems to be little interest in what he revealed to the world. Joseph explains that this was all an illusion in the book of Daniel. Daniel did not see an actual bear or lion or an image of anything that was real. He also said Nebuchadnezzar and these other kingdoms on the dream were also false. Remember, this all came from a subconscious dream inside the king's mind. Are we not counting a sequence of negative images? In other words, negative numbers that are in front or behind 0. So if you're negative $15 in your bank account, you cannot withdraw $15 until you put $15 in on the positive side to replace it. So for just adding negative numbers that add up to 0, how do we add the positive numbers in their place? So this is encrypted prophecy. Joseph told his brethren that they would never figure it out. Therefore, he would have to reveal this in order to do away with the suspense. In other words, he's going to reveal what it is. So right in a general conference, he reveals what it isn't, and then he reveals what it is. So the image is built from the top down, which defies the law. So the image is negative. It represents a false illusion. But then you have the kingdom of God, which is positive, which is cut out of the mountain of the Lord. That representing Christ's kingdom, symbolizing the positive stone that will destroy everything that is negative. Thus Daniel prophesies that this stone will roll forth and destroy the negative kingdoms of men. Thus the positive will replace the negative. So all these political kingdoms that Daniel and John numbered in the end add up to nothing, 0. So we have 7 kingdoms on 4 empires, which represents the negative side. Then we have the mountain of the Lord, which is positive, number 8, and then number 9, the stone. We will further demonstrate how the 7 heads and 10 horns add up to number 666. But what is the number on the positive side? So Satan sealed his kingdoms of the world by the negative number 666. While the Lord restored his positive kingdom on the 6th of April by 6 men who organized the church, on the 6th month of 1844, where Joseph Smith sealed it with his own blood. So we have thousands of Christian theologians writing books and sounding off on the internet, endlessly speculating about what Daniel called an image or an illusion that's going to amount to nothing in the end. Only that its demise and fate serves only to point to what's really important, God's kingdom. So by the Lord showing us this illusion here, is he not teaching us to look into the future and see only his kingdom in its place, where we no longer see this image at all? When the prophets speak of seeing beasts in their visions, they mean that they saw images, they being types to represent certain things. So these images are types to represent something else, Joseph said. Like the mascot of a tiger representing your home team. The home team is called the Tigers, but there are no tigers on the team. There is no real tiger. Hypothetically speaking, the ridiculousness of Joseph Smith's enemies' criticisms would be just like if Joseph Smith announced that he was going to watch the Tigers play a basketball game, and his enemies accused him of lying because there were no real Tigers there playing basketball. Today, Joseph Smith's critics have actually almost done the very same thing with the Book of Abraham by ignoring where Joseph Smith wrote clearly that the Egyptians copied or counterfeited the gospel taught by Noah, and they substituted false gods in the place of Jehovah and Jesus. Now, please be honest. Is Joseph Smith really trying to convince us that this figure right here looks like Jesus Christ? Of course, they ignore Abraham 1 and 14, where these Egyptian figures were added into the book to show us how false gods are fashioned or counterfeited. In chapter 1, he identifies everything the Egyptians were doing here as idolatry. So Joseph Smith said the Egyptian stuff was idolatry. Over here, we have the God of Abraham. We have negative numbers over here. Once again, positive linked numbers over here. Once again, we can see how the negative and the positive are contrasted together by positive and negative numbers. We can see that the Egyptians were counterfeiting the true gospel. In other words, the true gospel is positive, this is negative. So the critics of Joseph Smith only focus on the negative side of the idolatry and ignore the positive side of God's kingdom. So as we invert the facsimile, we see that this is the line that represents the earth. Joseph Smith places all the numbers upside down. But as we go down to the heavenly realm, he places the gods upside down, as well as the numbers. Is this not a sign of the false gods and the false religion? So you want to deceive everybody about the book of Abraham, you just delete the positive part out and focus only on the negative side. Just like the image in the book of Daniel, everyone seems to get glued to this negative illusion and ignore the positive solution over here. So it's much like a shell game where you hide the ball and then you mix everything up to confuse the person about where the ball is. I want to expose this main trick where they deceive you into thinking that Joseph Smith did not know how to translate these 4 Egyptian gods right here and did it all wrong. First of all, the Egyptologists admit that Joseph Smith got this crocodile god right here correct. He said it was the god of Pharaoh, but Joseph Smith did not name this god. Why? Since this god is false, Joseph Smith is not going to dignify it by giving it a name in Scripture. He only identified this crocodile as a god that Pharaoh worshipped. But then the critics try to make you think that Joseph Smith did identify these 4 gods with actual names, which he did not, and I'll show you how they hide the ball. So like the god of Pharaoh, he's not naming these gods either. This is the god of Koresh, the god of Libnah, not the god. So nowhere is it the god Libnah, it's the god of Libnah. Now if you say the God of Abraham, that certainly wouldn't be Abraham himself. The God of Abraham, of course, is Jehovah. Can you believe that thousands of people, including Latter-day Saints, have been deceived into thinking that Joseph Smith named these gods Elkanah and Libnah and Koresh? This is ridiculous. These represent 4 corners of the earth, not any Egyptian god. Since members in our own wards and stakes, sometimes our own kids and siblings are being tricked by the CES letter and others, I implore you that you study this video thoroughly so that you can save testimonies and souls by having the correct understanding that will debunk these critics forever. So we have facsimile 1 in the book of Abraham. We have this priest here who's going to sacrifice this figure here on a lion couch. It looks like Osiris again. We have these 4 gods of Egypt, and then we have this god of Pharaoh down here. So if this represents Osiris, he's not even real. He's like a cartoon. He doesn't even exist. So we got to replace him with a positive figure of Abraham. So why was this paganism placed in the book of Abraham? Well, it tells you down here. God came to visit the gods of the land to utterly destroy them. So according to the text, these false gods have got to go. We got to take them out, including the god of Pharaoh. The lion altar has to go too. False priest is to be killed. Bird is replaced by an angel, so the angel saves Abraham. The only positive things that remain are the angel and Abraham and the lotus plant. Everything else is negative and no longer exists. It adds up to 0. Chapter 1 tells us the Egyptians are counterfeiting the gospel of Noah. Therefore, these numbered figures here are all negative. They represent idolatry. Therefore, down here we have the positive numbers that explain the true gospel in relation to the negative. So on the positive number 1, we have Abraham sitting on his throne with a scepter of judgment in his hand. We look up here in number 1, we see a figure of Osiris with no scepter in his hand. This tells us that Abraham is the positive number 1 who needs to replace this negative god here that has no scepter in his hand with Abraham. Now you got a real problem because you cannot have Abraham who represents the true God amongst all of these false gods here.
Isis and Matt and Horus. This is not going to work. So once again, down here, we have to take these positive numbers down here and replace these negative numbers up here. So these stars represent heaven up here, but you cannot have these idolatrous figures up in heaven, and their names cannot be up in heaven. Therefore, the whole thing has to be removed. You can see these two goddesses are women, but down here we need to replace them with something else. So down here we have the explanation that signifies what this needs to be up here. We have Abraham with the scepter of judgment in his hand in place of Osiris. We have a supportive king behind him. Then we have this prince of pharaohs who he's obviously judging, probably because he turned his servants into slaves and needs to be judged for his wrongdoing. Of course, the anti-Mormons are going to try to gaslight you into thinking that Joseph Smith thought these women were actually men, and try to avoid the whole explanation down here where we swap figures. Joseph Smith does essentially the same thing Daniel does. He shows us an idol, which is a fraud, and then how God destroys it and makes it into nothing. Thus, the positive will replace the negative.
The codes 9, 10, 11 become important numbers for our day, not Joseph Smith's day. He wants the whole world to understand what these numbers mean.
I give you the numbers 9 through 11.
Since Abraham says the chronology starts in the book of Genesis, I go to Genesis 2, 9 through 11. It's about the Garden of Eden and the tree of good and evil. Then the following chapter, number 3, is where they partook of the fruit of that tree. Genesis 3, 9 through 11. I go to Abraham 9 through 11, and sure enough, it's about the Garden of Eden and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Perfectly triangulated with the book of Abraham and the Bible, 9:11, we have the Book of Mormon 9:11, where we have the tree of life, a tree with incredibly white fruit. Contrasting the tree of life, we have this spacious building which represents the world. We're actually, obviously, talking about two kingdoms, God's kingdom and the devil's kingdom. So the Tower of Babel parallels the tree of good and evil, whereby God's temple parallels the tree of life. The towers are the trees, and the trees are the towers. The unbelievable consistency of this number is amazing. The Tower of Babel is Genesis 11:9 or 9:11. So the code number seems to cover both sides, both good and evil. Both the Book of Mormon and the Bible discuss the falling of the tower. We have a negative 9/11 and we have a positive 9/11. So either a man seeks a spiritual process in order to ascend upward, or he seeks materialism or wealth and power to ascend. It's all an innate desire pointing upward. But is Satan also trying to get to heaven by hijacking earthly political kingdoms? It became very apparent to me that the 9/11 and 18 timeline in the book of Abraham is the exact same timeline in the book of Daniel in Nebuchadnezzar's dream. We will show how the biblical numbers on Nebuchadnezzar's dream timeline end up at God's kingdom number 9, which takes out 11 and 10, 9, 10, 11. The tree covenant was the first covenant Adam made. After they broke that covenant, they made a new covenant to build and create a family tree. Then Lucifer sought to steal the family tree and convert the children away from God. The Lord commanded Adam to sacrifice in order to hold the path away from Satan's effort to hijack it. 1,000 years into the future, Adam's children lose the path, and Noah creates a new path through water. Facsimile 2, we see an ark of salvation, whereby this boat measures time from that 1,000-year mark. This ship represents the wings of time in the book of Abraham, in order to measure the past and the future. Noah was born in the year 1000. Through Noah and the ark, all life upon the earth was reborn. The pagans, and especially the Egyptians, rewrote history and replaced Noah's birthright with their own priesthood order. In other words, they hijacked the birthright. The ark was the mothership of second birth to all life. In other words, a type of baptism. Was Noah's birth connected to the ark? Yes, the time of Noah's birth was backdated to the exact time they entered into the ark. Genesis 7, 9 through 11. So here we have the timeline into the future. How do we use this boat to measure the future, 4, 5, 6, until we reach the end of time? So the book of Abraham, chapter 3, 9 through 11, we find that the star Kolob is how that timeline is measured.
9 through 11. The Lord reckons time from the star Kolob and all the other stars of the cosmos, and this timeline leads back to God. If the Egyptians counterfeited the priesthood order of Noah's birthright from that 1,000-year mark on, how is Joseph Smith going to expose this counterfeit? He says this in figure 4 right here. This is all mythology. Joseph Smith cannot use these false Egyptian names. He's going to have to translate them into a Hebrew understanding. Of course, in the Bible we have the 8 birthrights that go from Ephraim and Joseph all the way back to Noah and Adam.
Abraham's seed, which is Israel, shall number as the stars in heaven.
We have a total of 7 and 8 translations into Hebrew. So the lesser stars in the sky represent the 12 tribes of Israel, which are being gathered to this ship of Zion. Who's in charge of gathering the 12 tribes? So the book says only the greater stars represent the birthright. So we have Noah, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Joseph, his 2 sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, who share a birthright. Of course, the birthright today, 5, 6, and 7, represent the tribe of Joseph. So the stars of the Abrahamic covenant of Israel's birthright guide the ship of Zion down the timeline to gather Israel at number 8, the temple. So the lesser stars in the sky represent the 12 tribes of Israel, which are being gathered to this ship of Zion. Who's in charge of gathering the 12 tribes? Behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made obeisance to Joseph. In other words, he was in charge of Israel. Even Jacob, his own father and mother, would obey Joseph as the moon and the sun. So with the very same consistency of 9 through 11 in Genesis, we have the cosmos, the stars being gathered by the tribe of Joseph in the latter days, who has the birthright, 9:11. So in Genesis 37, 9:11, Joseph would gather the stars, which represented Israel, like he would gather the sheaves in the field. Find that the star Kolob is how that timeline is measured. Likewise in the Bible, the star of Bethlehem led them right to where Jesus Christ was. Is this not why a star was directly related to the time of Jesus Christ's birth? It marked the very time on the timeline that he would fulfill his mission. The star led them right to where Jesus lived at the house. They worshipped him, once again consistent with 9:11, Matthew 2, 9 through 11. Joseph Smith's 9:11 code seems to be triangulating all 3 standard works into one subject. This ship represents the wings of time in the book of Abraham in order to measure the past and the future. The Lord reckons time from the star Kolob, 9 through 11. Abraham saw that each prophet in the pre-existence was foreordained to come to earth and be born. In other words, establish a birthright. So the heavenly bodies are the clock that keep time for the prophets upon the earth. Each prophet has his own time period or dispensation. So Abraham is teaching the Egyptians about a priesthood hierarchy. Why? Was it not because the Egyptians literally believed that when their king died, he would ascend up to heaven and become a literal star, not symbolic? Thus the adversary was able to divert mankind into worshiping the stars as false gods. Is it not obvious why Joseph Smith added this illustration of facsimile 2 into the book of Abraham? Here we have a counterfeit of God the Father and Kolob right here. And here we have the Son Jesus Christ being counterfeited by an Egyptian god. In other words, a counterfeit of the book of Genesis. The circle representing eternity or time. The timeline of earth from Adam until the end of time when we reach eternity over here. Then down here we have an earthly timeline that is synchronized with the heavenly timeline up here. So if the Lord translated the book of Abraham, it's certainly not going to translate into Egyptian gods and Egyptian words. It's going to be translated into the book of Abraham and Abraham's seed, which are as numerous as the stars in heaven. So right in the text, the Lord tells Abraham to teach about his seed that multiply like the stars in heaven. And teach only those words to the Egyptians, not anything else. This is about the gospel of Abraham in the book of Abraham. It has nothing to do with Egyptian hieroglyphics. They're counterfeits. Did the Lord really expect Abraham to teach the Egyptians biblical words written in a non-biblical language and understanding?
How could the critics expect the true prophet to take Egyptian mythology, which is fake, and translate it into the same fake mythology in English? No prophet would do that. A true prophet would take this and convert it into the true gospel, which is what the Abraham book is all about. So if Adam and Noah are the beginning of the human race, how are false gods fashioned in their place? So in chapter 1, Joseph Smith tells us he's giving us these hieroglyphic figures so we can understand how these false gods are fashioned or counterfeited. Why would he do that? Why would he want us to see counterfeits in order to reach the truth? The Egyptians imitate or counterfeit the order of the fathers of the first generation, Adam, Noah, Enoch, and the rest. So the priesthood is a marked path of tradition from the beginning. The adversary simply changes the tradition into something else. Abraham is trying to correct these errors by preaching to the Egyptians, which makes them mad. He tries to delineate the chronology running back to the creation period, or the time of Adam. So the Egyptians have the timelines right that they got from Adam and Noah and Enoch. They're just changing the characters into something else. The prophet is showing what the Egyptians got all wrong, and then converting it back into what it should be on the opposite page by number. Well, doesn't that explain why Joseph Smith on the opposite page is taking this false god of Egypt and converting it by the same number to the God of Abraham over here? Some of you are probably thinking right now, these church critics that I listen to are honest people and they would never deliberately try to trick anybody about trying to hide the book's true context from us by covering up that these Egyptian characters are fake counterfeits all along. They would not do that to prove Joseph Smith deceptive. So honestly ask yourself, has any of these critics of the church pointed out chapter 1 of the book where it says these pharaohs counterfeited the gospel of Noah and actually led people away into idolatry? The whole thing was fake. And that these facsimiles were all fake counterfeits and were only put in there to show us how false gods are fashioned? Don't you feel a little bit silly being tricked? Reading in chapter 114 that the only reason these facsimiles were placed in the book was to show us how false gods are fashioned or how they're counterfeited. Joseph Smith understood right in the text that they were wrong in the first place. There's a lot of critics out there that are trying very hard to confuse you, but they have nothing to offer you, folks. They can repeat the same thing 100 times, but that doesn't make it true. They'll tell you that Joseph Smith didn't do anything right as far as the translation. You know, you've all heard it before, but they can say that 100 times. But don't believe it. It's false. And I'm going to show you tonight a lot of new evidence that you probably haven't seen that'll change your mind. Let me show you how a magician can actually trick their audience. Take this cord and I'm going to pull it through my neck. Put it around my neck like this, and watch this. Ah! It's what the magician hopes that you don't see that allows this trick to fool you. Now if I do it slow, you're going to see how I do it. I can see how my finger is lodged here. I'm going to let go of it right there, and then I'm going to wrap this around the back of my neck towards the front. That's how it's done. Okay, now here's another one. I'm going to take this pencil and I'm going to shove it clear up my nose. Now watch this. So let me show you how this is done. This has literally fooled a lot of intelligent people. Instead of having it behind my hand, I'm going to put it on this side so you can see. I'm going to push this against my nose, the hard part of my nose, and I'm going to push up. You can see right here how this is done. So if I'm a critic of the church seeking recognition, I can poke pencils up my nose all day long. I can pull rabbits out of hats. I can make things disappear and appear. And I can hopefully deceive everybody. It's the art of distraction, what you don't see. But in the 1830s, there are no Egyptian scholars who could have interpreted these hieroglyphs nor understood their meaning. There was no Rosetta Stone. There was nothing for Joseph Smith to have copied. Therefore, let's see if the critics are right. They say that Joseph got nothing right. So here's the missing part that Joseph Smith fills in. Remember, no one in the whole country had ever seen this. It didn't exist. So over 100 years later, the Egyptologists find this facsimile here. Joseph Smith just happens to put the same boat, in the exact place. But in the original sketch in the Kirtland papers, you can't even tell what this is. This whole part is missing.
So at a time when this document didn't even exist, how did Joseph know that there were two boats instead of just one? How did he know that this figure had two faces, facing the past and the future? How did he know that these baboons had sun discs over their head? Take a look at these figures right here. Joseph Smith added what he called an altar right here, and also a water sign right here. Now remember the original, these things didn't even exist. So the real test, can Egyptologists identify these symbols that Joseph Smith put in here 200 years ago? So Joseph Smith identified this figure as an altar. Recently, John DeLynn in Utah had a famous Egyptologist on his show named Robert Rittner, and he identified this symbol as an altar. And of course, neither one of them on the show admitted that Joseph Smith got this right. But how did Joseph Smith know what this was? And Joseph Smith actually put it here in the right place. Now, the backyard professor years ago, before he got turned around, talks about this Egyptian water sign and quotes James Harris. Now, he goes on and on about this. It's actually a recognized symbol of creation, which makes a lot of sense in a biblical context. So here's the question you need to ask. If these are Egyptian figures, why did Joseph Smith identify them as biblical figures here? Why did he identify this as Abraham's altar instead of the Egyptian Osiris? Why is he converting the Egyptian symbolism into a biblical context here? For example, the Egyptologists say this is Amun-Re who holds this priesthood scepter of power here. However, Joseph Smith is going to translate it into the Hebrew God Jehovah who holds this scepter of priesthood power. So we have a duality of purpose here. Obviously, we can see that this is an Egyptian god here and not Jehovah. Therefore, Joseph Smith is converting what the Egyptians got wrong back into what it should be before it was corrupted. Now, almost 200 years ago, Joseph Smith declared that these four characters right here represented the four corners of the earth, in which no Egyptologist in the world knew that. Recently, Egyptologists have verified that this represents the four corners of the earth in an Egyptian manner. Joseph Smith represented a Hebrew understanding. Almost 200 years ago, Joseph Smith said this God represented the first God of creation. Recently, Egyptologists have declared that this God represented the God of creation in an Egyptian manner. So if you fact-check Joseph Smith as the prophet of restoration, he's going to restore that which is true according to the God of heaven, not according to a false Egyptian God. Therefore, we have this duality of that which is true against that which is false. Now, the smoke and mirrors used by the critics of Joseph Smith is to only point out the Egyptian translation and say that Joseph Smith got it wrong because he didn't translate it according to the way the Egyptians understand their religion. Abraham's seed, which is Israel, shall number as the stars in heaven, and as the number of the sand on the seashore. We're talking about Israel, not Egyptians. So in Abraham 3 and 14, this cosmology of the stars given to Abraham is about Israel and no one else, that you may declare unto the Egyptians these words. In other words, the hierarchy about Israel, not anything about Egypt. So in Abraham 3 verse 4, the Lord is not telling Abraham to teach the Egyptians about astronomy at all. He's telling him to teach them about his posterity as an object lesson using the stars. This is about his posterity and the priesthood. Only that his posterity would be numerous as the stars. And yet the anti-Mormons are going way out of their way to make it look like Joseph Smith did not know how to translate the Egyptian characters in the Egyptian cosmos of the stars, ignoring that the entire book was about Israel's cosmos. Now the truth is, the stars were being used as an object lesson only, to teach about Israel, both in the pre-existence and on earth. The Egyptians were simply counterfeiting or copying the original gospel that was brought to the earth through Adam and Noah. In other words, their religion was false. It didn't exist. These stars never did represent Egyptian gods. All because they failed to read that God told Abraham to teach only about the cosmos of Israel, never about Egypt. So if you fact-check Joseph Smith as the prophet of restoration, he's going to restore that which is true according to the God of heaven, not according to a false Egyptian God. Therefore, we have this duality of that which is true against that which is false. So the false pagan translation is in orange, the true translation is in white. Critics wonder why Joseph Smith is not even talking about these Egyptian characters. Is it not because they don't really exist? They're just like cartoons? Joseph Smith is only interested in the true gospel and the true timeline that leads to God's kingdom. So we simply convert this solar boat here back into what it should be, the ark that started the original birthright from Noah. It didn't start from any Egyptian god or any Egyptian prophet. And who were the three big bright stars that continued that covenant after Noah? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So Jacob has to be the fourth star here. This is where Israel began. How does he continue the birthright to number 5? Well, he marries Rachel, and she has the birthright son, Joseph. Joseph has to be number 5. So Noah's Ark is actually the mothership that gave birth to the whole family of Israel that now is multiplying throughout the timeline until the end. So Jacob's wife, number 4, Rachel, is the one who actually carries the family tree and bears the fruit for the latter days. So the birthright of Israel came from that patriarchal order, going back to Noah. So Joseph has 2 sons. Do they carry his birthright? Because this is a patriarchal order of father to son. Strictly according to the Bible, Ephraim and Manasseh, the 2 sons of Joseph, represent one birthright. They share in that one birthright, number 6. So the 7th dispensation becomes the 7th birthright. Joseph Smith. 11 and 7 add up to what? Together they add to number 18. Did not the restoration of the gospel come in the 1800s? As incredible as this is, 5 and 6 add up to exactly 11, the figure of a bull, which came from the symbol of a female, who was Rachel, who gave birth to the 11th son of Jacob, Joseph, the 11th figure. So the stars of the Abrahamic covenant of Israel's birthright guide the ship of Zion down the timeline to gather Israel at number 8, the temple. So with the very same consistency of 9 through 11 in Genesis, we have the cosmos, the stars being gathered by the tribe of Joseph in the latter days, who has the birthright. 9-11. These 9-11 codes coordinate into one holistic relationship. When Moses smote the rock, God wouldn't let him gather Israel home. Numbers 29 through 11. As a result, Joshua of the tribe of Joseph brought Israel into the promised land. Joshua 1:9 through 11. Therefore, the tribe of Joseph would fulfill the promises of the burning bush, not the Jewish prophets. Deuteronomy 33. For in the last days, Joseph's land would be the place of gathering, not old Judea. The tribe of Joseph was the bull who would push Israel back together in that new latter-day land. The tribe of Joseph on the facsimile adds up 5 and 6 on the timeline and reaches number 11. Joseph represented the bull and the 11th son of Jacob. So the timeline adds up 7 plus 5 plus 6, which equals 18 or 1800. Book of Abraham indicates these birthright sons represent stars that give their priesthood light throughout different periods of time along this timeline that we see here. Until you can gauge or clock time between each one of these stars, you cannot see how they are all entangled as one. And the Lord's time is gauged from Kolob, who gives his priesthood light to these other stars which represent these birthright sons. For the Egyptians understood that the sun ruled the day and the moon ruled the night, and the sun was greater than the moon. So just as the moon is above the earth, so the star or the sun is above the moon. But see, in verse 19, that's not the point the Lord is trying to make. He's comparing these spirits with heavenly bodies. In other words, the word spirit in Egyptian is star. Now one spirit is brighter than the other, like unto the sun being brighter than the moon. But I, the Lord, am the brightest of all the stars, the brightest of all the spirits up in heaven. Therefore he's making an object lesson out of this, using stars as spirits. So in the pre-existence, he's talking about Abraham and these other prophets that will become his rulers. So he tells Abraham that he is a bright star, and he was chosen before he was born. So the sun and the moon and the stars are a clock. So are the prophets. Each prophet reckons time according to his own dispensation. Obviously the stars related to time, starting with Adam, Melchizedek, Abraham, and all the prophets. They make a timeline throughout the earth's history. And as you can barely see, the stars, the small stars, are being gathered to this small ship of Zion, which is marked underneath by the numbers 9, 10, 11 to number 4. All the numbers that represent time, including 9, 10, 11, which add up to 30, reach the end. When you add the numbers together, you You reach 1830 at the end of the timeline, as I show on video 9. So Joseph Smith's code number of 9 through 11 gives us a relationship to combine all the stars to 1830. The Lord reckons time from the star Kolob and all the other stars of the cosmos, and this timeline leads back to God. So we're measuring time until we come nigh unto the throne of God. So guided by the 7 stars on the covenant path, the ship of Zion is being gathered to the mountain of the Lord, or the temple. So after 200 years of saints looking at all this and not understanding it, isn't it about time we study the illustrations Joseph Smith placed in the book, instead of looking for other theories? This will only become clear as we identify the systematic math of the timelines between Nebuchadnezzar's dream and facsimile 2 in the book of Abraham. Can Joseph Smith's challenge to apply the numbers 9 through 11 give us a verifiable systematic quantitative result that is outlined in the Bible in Nebuchadnezzar's dream? As we add all the final numbers of the timeline, we get 1830, a second witness. Calling this timeline a coincidence would be like flipping a coin 1 trillion times and coming up heads every time. Let me show you how the anti-Mormons trick you with smoke and mirrors. Genesis 26. And Abraham, I will make thy seed multiply as the stars of heaven, that you may declare unto the Egyptians these words. In other words, the hierarchy about Israel, not anything about Egypt. So in Abraham 3 and 14, this cosmology of the stars given to Abraham is about Israel and no one else. So here's the question no one seems to be asking. If Abraham is commanded to teach from the astronomy that relates only to his posterity, which is Israel, then how are Joseph Smith and his scribes going to translate a Hebrew message from the language of Egyptian characters who represent adultery, which is the language of the false gods? How are they going to translate from this? Now there is no other possible way to do this other than the scribes putting their writing paper right next to the scroll, line per line. So because Joseph Smith starts translating from the very first line, they have an exact reference point right here to start writing the English translation on this side, lined up exactly on the same line as the Egyptian. The question they may not have known, even though they started at the right reference point, could they continue the linking process all the way down the page with the English? This is the only way they could have done it. Don't forget the testimony of the scribes. They say they sat right next to Joseph and watched him translate right here. But here's one problem they undoubtedly ran into. They ran into these lacunas, these holes, these places where there was no writing, like the Dead Sea Scrolls, who ran into the same problem. So what would Joseph Smith do when he ran into these lacunas, these holes here that had no characters? He would take characters from another scroll and he would fill in the blanks. Since Joseph Smith by himself knew nothing about the Egyptian language, how's he going to make these figures that he doesn't understand fit with the translation? Undoubtedly, the scroll in which he's translating the book of Abraham is going to have the same problem. These are very old scrolls. You're going to run into lacunas. How's he going to fill in these blanks in order to continue the translation? Wouldn't this explain why they were taking characters from the Book of the Dead here in order to fill in those lacunas? So perhaps according to an order, they put these into the next scroll. So now you've filled in these lacunas with new characters, which gives you new reference points for the English over here. This would explain why they would take this first character right here and put it over in the margin and line it up with the scroll and the English writing. Or take this character and line it up over here. You'd only need to match 1 or 2 characters because you already knew the sequence written down somewhere else of all these new characters. So by what the English translation was saying over here, you might get a better reference point between the new characters and the old characters to line up an understanding. And even though these characters might be wrong, you might be able to find a match somewhere else and line it up to the English and find out what it actually is. Let's say the English word is Abraham. So we automatically follow it over here and assign this figure, this hieroglyph, as Abraham and put it right here in the margin, marking the exact line that connects the two languages. This would explain why these characters are placed in odd, unusual places, because you're trying to line up with the new characters that don't have definitions yet. A lot of people noticed that this character was erased and then moved up. It was more important to line it up with the scroll here than it was to line it up with the English. The anti-Mormons are trying to make you think that Joseph Smith and the scribes wrote the entire book of Abraham from these few characters in the Book of the Dead here. Well, Joseph Smith and his scribes were not that dumb to make the world think that they did that. People notice that the character doesn't always match with the English over here. It's in the middle of the sentence. But over here it's lined up perfectly with the Egyptian. The only possible reason that the scribes were placing these characters in all these inordinate places was because there was a scroll of Abraham. There was a missing scroll that we don't have. They were trying to line it up to the Abraham. Otherwise, they just wouldn't be doing something that looks so ridiculous over here. There had to be a reason. They believed that Joseph Smith was actually translating by the power of the Lord, or they wouldn't have been going to all this effort to try to prove it. So because we don't have the scroll today, the critics sit around and laugh at this arrangement. It just doesn't make any sense. It looks ridiculous without the realization that there was a real scroll.
Let me show you how a magician can actually trick their audience. So there was obviously this scroll that witnesses actually saw that was being translated into the Book of Abraham, but all of a sudden, it's gone.
It's the art of distraction, what you don't see. He's got this dove here with a string tied to his foot, and then he's got this dove poked inside of his pocket. Then he waves this red cloth here, which distracts your attention, and then he quickly pulls this bird out of his pocket and it appears on his hand. They claim that Joseph was translating the Egyptian characters into a known alphabet, but nowhere did the Lord command them to try to figure out their own Rosetta Stone, whereby they could figure out the Egyptian language and the alphabet. They were doing this on their own. So two things were happening here. He's receiving this information by revelation over here in English, from which becomes the hopeful pathway to make a kind of Rosetta Stone over here. But on the other hand, on an intellectual level, they hope to connect what's on the scroll over here directly to the English revelation over here in order to create an Egyptian alphabet system. Joseph Smith would take a character like this and expand it into 5 degrees to explain it. It was almost like creating a whole new dictionary explanation. He was doing this with many other characters. Was he not trying to encrypt a new language? Egyptologists tell us that this character right here relates to Osiris of Egypt. Joseph Smith was redefining that character to mean Abraham. Remember, Abraham was told by the Lord to teach the future of Israel only. Did ancient prophets encrypt any name that they wanted and redefine it to mean something else entirely? Why would they do that? Did ancient prophets take words and symbols and convert them into something else that was no longer recognized? The book of Revelation was originally written in the Greek language. John the Revelator took a familiar word and changed its entire meaning. He encrypted it, and he gave it a brand new definition, which no one has been able to understand in over 2,000 years. When the book was later translated into English, the Greek word in English became the word beast. But you see, it wouldn't make any difference if you translated it from Greek to English. You still wouldn't understand an encrypted word, regardless of what language it's translated into. So irregardless whether it's the Greek word or the English translation, it still makes no sense. And even if you take this word back to the book of Daniel, which was written in Aramaic, it still has no definition, and it still is encrypted in 3 different languages. No one knows what it means. So over centuries of millions of people trying to define the word beast, no one can figure it out. Unless a prophet of God, through revelation, can define the word beast, we may have no understanding for the rest of the book here. I'd like to demonstrate that Joseph Smith understood the same encryption process that John and Daniel in the Bible were using. In the teachings of Joseph Smith in an early general conference, the prophet said this: "The prophets do not declare that they saw a beast or beasts, but they saw the image or figure of a beast." In other words, it was encrypted. Daniel did not see an actual bear or lion, but the images or figures of those beasts. The translation should have been rendered "image of the beast." He told Elder Brown, "If you do not understand the encrypted meaning of the beast, do not teach about it." But Joseph says without the authority and the keys as a prophet, he will not understand what the beast is. So Joseph then explains why everybody gets this wrong. The spiritualizers say the beast that received the deadly wound was Nebuchadnezzar. Some say it was Constantine, some say Muhammad, others say the Catholic Church, others say it was the Pope, the President of the United States. They keep assigning the 666 number to all these different wrong characters. Joseph said, it is the dragon, the devil. Is that a clue? He said it was not essential in his day to understand the beast, but Joseph said, "Still it may be necessary to prevent contention and division and do away with the suspense." Is he about to reveal it? Correct knowledge is necessary to cast out that spirit. Here Joseph gives us the correct knowledge in a general conference meeting. Now Joseph reveals what the Bible doesn't tell us. Talking about the kingdoms of the world, it is therefore the inhabitants whereof who are the beastly and abominable characters. They were murderers, corrupt carnivores, and brutal in their dispositions. Here Joseph Smith reveals the key to understand John's beast that never has been revealed in the past. It is the people who are given over to that fallen evil nature, the natural man who follows Satan in the image of the beast. Is this not already depicted in Nebuchadnezzar's dream? The head of Babylon turns into a lion, the breast turns into a bear, the belly into a leopard. In the book of Daniel we have Nebuchadnezzar's dream, which starts out with Babylon, which expands into 5 degrees of history, which is measured or encrypted by these animal figures, which no one understood. But now Joseph Smith tells us it's the inhabitants of those kingdoms, which is what we calculate. So can we show evidence that Abraham encrypted his message like unto John the Revelator, whereby it would not match the English translation any more than the book of Revelation did with the Greek? Did they not try to kill John the Revelator because of his message? If he had not written his message in an encrypted manner where they could not understand it, perhaps his enemies later might have destroyed that message. Like unto John, the Egyptians hated the message that Abraham taught and tried to kill him. If Abraham had not encrypted his writings, perhaps the Egyptians would have destroyed his message long before it got to us. Therefore, a prophet under God's inspiration would translate this message. No Egyptologist could do so. The Lord taught the prophet Ether to encrypt his message the same way. Write it in a way that they cannot interpret it. Write it in a language they cannot read. Ether 3:23. Daniel and John and Joseph Smith invented words and characters and assigned them with new definitions to conceal teachings from enemies who would not understand them in order to protect critical teachings vital to God's plan. Like Peculiar Piper, they had almost the same challenge with the Dead Sea Scrolls. There were dozens of lacuna, gaps, or holes where the language was gone forever, and the translators had to invent new characters. They thought these characters might fill in the gaps until much later they could fill in the right characters. So a translator can take a fake character and attach it to a made-up fake name, but then give it a true definition over here from the revelation of God, until he later finds that definition repeating itself, and then he can attach it to the true character and replace the false character with the true character. It took years for the Dead Sea Scrolls scholars to translate the book of Isaiah. They may have even used the Bible or biblical manuscripts to fill in these lacunas where they couldn't find the connections in the scrolls. Joseph Smith and his scribes were trying to do what the Rosetta Stone does. It takes Egyptian characters and converts them into an exact alphabet. I don't think this could have worked to make a Rosetta-type stone to match the two languages, because it took less meaning for the Egyptian language than it would for the English language to express itself. There's a problem with the correlation here. Joseph Smith was warned by the Lord that he would not be able to translate anything unless it were given him by the Spirit. But still, he must have allowed them to try their plan. There is nowhere where Joseph claimed the Lord had told him to figure out the Egyptian alphabet while receiving the revelation for the book of Abraham. This was something they came up on their own. But Joseph was tired of being called a fraud. He was tired of being persecuted. And his scribes wanted to show some kind of evidence to save face. This is the actual alphabet and grammar book right here, and you can see that they only filled up a few pages and left the entire book pretty much empty. The evidence shows that they did believe that Joseph Smith was receiving a revelation, and they tried hard to prove it, but it didn't go very far. Everything about this shows that this was an abandoned effort to try to understand the Egyptian alphabet. In fact, that's the title of the book. All the evidence shows how the only possible reason for attempting this was because they were already convinced that God was translating an existing scroll that they saw right in front of them into English. And on their own, they hoped to make a perfect match with that scroll. These assumptions by the critics totally are inconsistent with the honest effort that these men were trying to understand a logical experimentation process in order to figure out how the Egyptian characters could be matched up with the English alphabet. That's all they were doing. They already knew that Joseph was getting a revelation. They just hoped that they could connect the two languages academically together. No part of this evidence shows that they were trying to fool anybody to think that they understood Egyptian at all, only that they were trying to figure it out on their own. Nowhere did God tell them to do it this way. They were doing this on their own.
If Joseph Smith is truly a prophet of God and has given me the right definition of the beast in the book of Revelation, then I will be able to connect the right dots and resolve the entire mystery. It became very apparent to me that the 9, 11, and 18 timeline in the book of Abraham is the exact same timeline in the book of Daniel in Nebuchadnezzar's dream. We will show how the biblical numbers on Nebuchadnezzar's dream timeline end up at God's kingdom number 9, which takes out 11 and 10, 9, 10, 11. Since Joseph Smith was martyred, they say that he didn't have time to complete the book of Joseph, or the book of Abraham concerning the 10 lost tribes. But I say he did, in another way, and I'll show you. So the Egyptians used the same star constellations, the same Polaris star, but we cannot use their interpretation, for it is idolatry. In the ancient statues of Pharaoh, each has a scroll in his hand. And on the top of the scroll we see the sign of the patriarchal order and the birthright. This gives each pharaoh their authority, their right to reign through the birthright. But their authority comes from a political state and not God's priesthood. So Joseph Smith is telling us this is all fake. This is a counterfeit. Temples are shaped like mountains. The mountain of the Lord and the temple are essentially the same thing. On the ancient temple in Egypt we have the Twin Towers, and you see this ritual embrace on the temple. We see the ritual hand clasp, we see the arm on the right shoulder, and we see knee to knee being connected. This is the foundation of the Egyptian religion and how the Pharaoh enters the presence of God. It's all about an ascension process to become one with God. Eagles fly to the highest place. A process upwards on eagles' wings. This is their ancient anointing. Afterward, one goes through this veil and sees the face of God. Hew down the tree. Nebuchadnezzar's dream about the great tree is kind of the forgotten dream of the Bible. Hew down the tree. So how is a broken tree of pride like a broken heart? Today, what is the only acceptable sacrifice? A broken heart and a contrite spirit towards true repentance, in which God speaks to the heart through a burning in the bosom, just as God spoke to Moses through the burning bush. So God speaks to us through a burning, broken heart of humility. Yet in the Bible, the disciples declare that when Christ taught them the scriptures and spoke to them, their hearts burned like fire. The fire that burns but does not consume. It's common for some Christians to regard the house of Judah as the whole house of Israel. This is biblically impossible. So in the latter days, it was Jesus Christ who would unite the family tree of Israel, Judah and Joseph being the leadership. And Jacob's polygamous wives, Leah and Rachel, would represent the family tree, or the fruit that the tree bore. Leah had Judah, and Rachel had Joseph. In Jeremiah 13:1, God spoke of them as two separate houses. In the future, God said he would have mercy on the house of Judah, but not the house of Israel. But throughout the ages, God would hold on to both houses. David succeeded Saul around 1000 BC. His son Solomon caused his people to sin and serve idols. This caused Israel to be divided into two separate kingdoms, 1 Kings 11. 10 tribes under Ephraim formed the northern kingdom of Israel. Judah and Benjamin formed the southern kingdom of Judah. Here's the thing you got to recognize. The Jews, after 70 years of captivity in Babylon, returned to Jerusalem. But the 10 tribes never did return to their northern kingdom. So Jesus Christ cannot unite the family tree back here because the Jews no longer believe in him, and the other tribes are not here. So here's what happened. In 772, the Assyrians came in and conquered the northern kingdom of Israel. In other words, the northern kingdom was gone, and its people were assimilated into Syria. These tribes of Israel were taken into exile where they lost complete consciousness of their ancestry. So later in 600 BC, Babylon comes in and takes Israel captive, and takes many of the inhabitants back to Babylon. So then Assyria, where the northern tribes of Israel went, is conquered by Babylon. With Assyria and all the other kingdoms in the region being conquered by Babylon, both houses of Israel were now united under one Babylon. But after their long separation, they may not even recognize each other. Israelites intermarried among the people of Cuthra, Ava, Hamath, and Sepharvaim. These lost 10 tribes are serving other gods. That's why God scatters them among all other nations. This is why we don't see them going back to Israel right now. Not until the end do they return to their God. Deuteronomy 4. A small portion of Israelites were exiled from Assyria to different places in Europe. The more part of the Israelites remained in the area. With a lost identity, after many centuries, likely all 10 tribes were mixed together and became later as Gentiles, in which Jacob said the tribe of Ephraim, or Joseph, would become a multitude of nations. For Ephraim's descendants were to become a multitude of nations. There's a misunderstanding here. We've always thought that the lost 10 tribes were in the north country and they would come back in the future. But that's a remnant of the lost 10 tribes that will come back, according to Doctrine and Covenants. In reality, all of us are descendants from all 10 tribes. Watch this. How could that be? Each of us had 2 parents, a mother and a father. Each of them had 2 parents also. And each of them had 2 parents as well. If we go back just 30 generations, that means we descended from 1 billion people. And if you take that back to the time of Christ, or even way back to Abraham, can you now see why? Mathematically and genetically, we are all from the tribes of Israel, as well as from Gentile races. Obviously, there's a lot of overlap in our family tree. We came from almost everyone, unless we came from a pure race in the Far East or somewhere else. Since Jerusalem and the Holy Temple were destroyed by Babylon, the Israeli survivors were forced to leave their homeland and swear obedience to only Babylon and Babylon's king. Now, in a very bizarre and strange way, Israel, which had been divided against itself for many years, now becomes one nation again within a division of government between a Gentile king and a prophet of God's authority in Babylon. So when we look at 600 BC in the image of Nebuchadnezzar, what we should see is Israel becoming united as one with Gentiles, or the first step of that process. The king of Babylon worries about his legacy and has a terrible dream. He sees a great image about the future. Under great duress and the wrath of the king, only the prophet Daniel is able to interpret the future meaning of this great dream. The king is seeing an image of himself in the dream. For the prophet tells him, "Thou art the head of gold." Abraham lived in both Babylon and Egypt. He preached against pagan idolatry. Being a prophet, he knew from God that this false religion would someday corrupt his people, who were future Israel. And sure enough, before the 6th century, the Israelites were worshiping pagan gods inside God's temple in Jerusalem. Israelite kings led God's people into idolatry. Israel had already become Babylon, long before the Babylonian kingdom ever even conquered them. When Israel wanted a king, God warned against it. Why? Obviously, man's fallen nature would easily succumb to an earthly political counterfeit of heaven. Eventually, people sell out God's covenant and his kingdom for an earthly kingdom of human corruption. For God's promise to Israel was to make them kings and priests in the Father's house and give them dominion and glory forever. The Israelites are selling this promise out. So the Lord's revelation to his prophet starts out at the reference point of 600 BC. What we have to find out is what happens at the end of the dream, or at the end of the timeline. And here's the second clue. God makes known to King Nebuchadnezzar what shall be in the latter days. The Lord tells Daniel that the interpretation of this dream is sure and will not fail. Therefore, the timeline is going to be identically matched with history. Therefore, the mark of 600 is going to give us an exact countdown to the latter-day event that is prophesied. Daniel tells the king that after Babylon, another kingdom shall arise after thee. In both history and prophecy, the Medo-Persian Empire succeeded Babylon. For the Lord removes kings and he sets up kings. He changes times and seasons. The Lord sets up his timeline by the sequence of these kings. First the golden head, then the arms and breast of silver. Then arises a third kingdom of bronze, which shall rule the earth. So when the Medo-Persian Empire falls, how does Greece replace Medo-Persia? What is accomplished by each new kingdom that follows the very same mindset that started in Babylon? If the head is insane and corrupt, is not the whole body corrupt? The entire image becomes a man-made fakery. In the prophet's famous conference address about the beasts of Revelation, he breaks down the meaning of Daniel's kingdoms being called beasts. He breaks it down to mean that it's actually the people that are the beasts. Joseph said it's the inhabitants of those kingdoms that are beastly people, abominable characters, murderers, corrupt carnivores, and brutal in their dispositions. The natural man is like a predatory lion seeking to dominate the world. The boss is a bear today. He's throwing his weight around. A leopard. He attacks from the back, a backbiter. Then he hides his evil nature inside a religious image. When you listen to a real prophet, the whole subject makes sense. The enemy has only images and illusions behind which he hides his true motives. Destroy the image, and you will expose the enemy and unveil the truth. Both the Book of Abraham facsimiles and Nebuchadnezzar's dream in the Bible are considered church doctrine. All that is required is to do the math. God makes known to King Nebuchadnezzar what shall be in the latter days. God tells Daniel that the head of gold not only represents King Nebuchadnezzar, but also the empire of Babylon. In other words, the king and his kingdom are synonymous. In other words, for a time, the ancient world revolves around this one king and his one kingdom. For he is the 600 BC calendar, the 600 BC man who marks time itself. In chapter 4, the Lord tells Nebuchadnezzar how he becomes this family tree called Babylon. Daniel 4, 9 through 11. They've recently discovered that this same king Nebuchadnezzar built a second Tower of Babel, in other words, a government tree. They've recently discovered the plans whereby Nebuchadnezzar built this Tower of Babel, discovered on ancient tablets in the exact location in Iraq. The towers are the trees and the trees are the towers. So to understand prophecy, we need to ask why the Lord God is giving us parallel clues here. Nebuchadnezzar's tree is in the midst of the earth. The tree in the Garden of Eden is in the midst of the earth. Both are verses 9 through 11. Why is Daniel giving us a clue about a parallel tree of life in Babylon and beasts of the field and the fowls of the air underneath this tree? The beasts of the field and the fowls of heaven underneath the tree of life takes us back to the memory of the Garden of Eden. Why does the Lord associate Babylon and King Nebuchadnezzar with the garden story? Like the Egyptians, is he trying to represent the family of man? And sure enough, the parallels are unquestionable. We see Adam having dominion over the beasts of the field and the fowls of the air. We see King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon having dominion over the beasts and the fowls of the air. A great distance of time between Genesis 1 and Daniel 4. Why in the book of Genesis do we have a mist or a dew watering the whole face of the earth before the flood? And in the book of Daniel, we have a wet mist watering the earth in Daniel 4. For in the book of Daniel, 600 BC, the earth was being watered by rain, not by dew. Historians write and witness that Nebuchadnezzar did try to turn his Tower of Babel into a tree. In fact, the entire city of Babylon was a garden. The king turned Babylon into a Garden of Eden, one of the 7 wonders of the world. Human slaves pumped water up to great heights in order to water the hanging gardens with a mist. In Daniel 4, the king of Babylon had a dream about the tree of Babylon, which stood in the midst of the earth like the Garden of Eden. It grew strong, and its branches covered the whole earth. Daniel 4, 9 through 11. We have a negative 9/11, and we have a positive 9/11. The Lord told Daniel that the king himself was the tree of Babylon. In other words, the king was married to his political system, likened to a counterfeit family, or the harlot of Babylon. In other words, his political marriage to Babylon lifted him up above the whole world as if he were the head of the human family, like unto Adam. We showed how the Egyptians backdated their history to actually hijack Adam and Noah's birthright. So is this evidence that King Nebuchadnezzar is doing the same thing in order to represent himself as the head of the human family instead of Adam? Or is this an encrypted way to line up Abraham's timeline to 1800 with Daniel's timeline? In other words, God inspires 2 witnesses instead of just one in order to fulfill the latter-day prophecies. To demonstrate this, we must prove that both timelines are identical and demonstrate the very same fulfilled prophecies at the very same time. If so, facsimile 2 is exposing the original paganism of Babylon, not Egypt. Though King Nebuchadnezzar may have the very same pagan desires as the Egyptians to revamp the whole human race, could the Lord God use this pagan hijack effort to benefit his plan instead? For Egypt is nothing but a mirror of Babylon. So for God's purposes, he seems to play along with this. He makes Nebuchadnezzar the first kingdom, the first in government, even though there are many governments and kingdoms like Egypt before him. In fact, the Lord gives Daniel clues that make Nebuchadnezzar a type of Adam. In fact, it's impossible to dispute. The Lord God gives dominion to Nebuchadnezzar over the beasts of the field and the fowls of heaven, exactly like Father Adam. In fact, the Lord allows Nebuchadnezzar to uproot other nations and graft their branches into his tree. As he conquers Israel and Jerusalem, we see that God allows the branches of Israel to be grafted into a Gentile tree. So it would appear that God is allowing Nebuchadnezzar to fashion his own Garden of Eden, whereby he's going to mingle all the peoples of the world with Israel. In other words, he begins a process that will start the human race all over again, mingling Gentiles with Israel, fulfilling God's promise to Abraham that all families of the human race would be blessed by Israel. In other words, combining the human race into one family tree. And they, Israel, shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another. Daniel 2:43. Obviously, the prophet Daniel is talking about his own people, Israel, intermarrying with Gentiles. But he says they're not going to be able to cleave together. Why? Is it because those who have the blood of Israel long for their own kingdom and do not wish to be ruled by the Gentile kingdoms seen in Nebuchadnezzar's dream? So even though Israel is lost and exiled from her own nation, they are intermarrying with Gentiles and spreading the blood of Israel throughout all populations. Did the Israelites completely forget God's promise to make them all kings in the Father's kingdom? Not an earthly kingdom. John says they are kings which have received no kingdom of their own as yet. The Israelites rejected God's kingdom, and now they can't find any kingdom of their own. Fulfilling the prophecy in Deuteronomy 28, the Lord God shall scatter his people from one end of the earth to the other, and they serve other gods which their fathers never knew, of wood and stone. But for many centuries Israel seeks an earthly kingdom of their own. They choose the spirit of Babylon by worshiping strange gods, being led away by the serpent's empty promises to give them all crowns of glory, while he alone withholds their crowns for only himself in order to champion himself against God. Israel is led away captive after getting on the wrong boat, having no divine compass or Liahona to reach any true destination. The problem is, these fallen Israelites have one mind and give their power and strength unto the beast of man's fallen nature. These waters they ride on are peoples and multitudes and nations. Babylon not only destroyed Jerusalem, they destroyed God's temple. Since Jerusalem and the Holy Temple were destroyed by Babylon, the Israeli survivors were forced to leave their homeland and swear obedience to only Babylon and Babylon's king. In other words, they become captive citizens of Babylon and political property of the king, losing their old identities and being completely absorbed into a strange foreign world. So God's people were completely absorbed into the power of one king and one kingdom. Israel was now one with 600 BC Babylon. So here's the $600 million question. When you see this golden image, does God want you to see King Nebuchadnezzar in Babylon, or does he want you to see Israel? Under great duress and the wrath of the king, only the prophet Daniel is able to interpret the future meaning of this great dream. Since the king of Babylon lifts up Daniel and Daniel's God above all other gods in Babylon, King Nebuchadnezzar covenants with Israel's God by making Daniel, a prophet of God, chief of all the governors of the land. In a sense, because of Daniel's faithfulness, it becomes a Gentile nation under God's protection. God appeals to the better nature of King Nebuchadnezzar, a lion having eagle's wings. The most miraculous part is where the king, obviously in the spirit, promotes Daniel over all the wise men and their gods, making the God of Daniel, the God of Israel, the Lord of Babylon. This is where the king of Babylon declares Jehovah the Lord of all kings, above even the king of Babylon himself. So the king promotes Daniel with many gifts and makes him ruler over the whole province of Babylon, the chief administrator over all the wise men of Babylon, giving him a seat next to the king himself. So the king makes a huge covenant with both Daniel and Israel's God, like unto the United States Constitution.
For a short time, a Gentile nation under God. It was a political covenant allowing freedom of religion. The Israelites were free to practice their religion, and so were the pagans. For the Spirit of the Lord had transformed the king's heart from a vicious ruling lion to a tame lion who accepted Israel, like unto the lamb, like unto the man Adam, full of grace towards all men. So could Daniel's vision of the eagle's wings which lift up the lion represent America in the latter days? Wings that symbolize a covenant of freedom to gather Israel in our time. For Daniel saw a lion with eagle's wings go through a process where a man's heart was given to it. But like anyone, he has to remain true to the covenant that he makes with God and God's prophet. So Nebuchadnezzar has a dream where he sees this great Gentile tree growing over the whole earth. Of course, Babylon is that political force that grafts the branches of Israel into this Gentile tree. Did the Israelites completely forget God's promise to make them all kings? So the only kings of the earth who receive any true glory are Israel, not any of the Gentile kings. So Jesus, worthy to take the scroll, is going to purchase all these people with his blood, combining every tribe, language, and people into one, and make them kings and priests, and they will reign over the earth. 1,000 times 10,000. Revelation 5, 9 through 11. We have a negative 9/11 and we have a positive 9/11. When the scriptures talk about kings inheriting the earth, we're not talking about Nebuchadnezzar or Alexander the Great. We're talking about the tribes of Israel, which become kings over the earth during Christ's reign. In other words, because of Daniel's authority as God's prophet, King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon acts in proxy for the king of Israel. Like unto a United States president, he's not a prophet in Israel, but receives God's authority vicariously to act for God's purposes if he submits to God's will politically. Daniel came to Babylon to help him understand what would happen to his people in the latter days. In other words, all the people grafted into this great tree. But Nephi says his soul delights in covenants and grace and the plan of deliverance. But the Israelites preserved in Babylon still do not see that deliverance. The time clock starts in 600 BC and it marks God's final effort to unite Israel under one covenant in ancient times. Instead of hearing the words of Isaiah and Ezekiel, they assimilate the ways of Babylon by worshiping the works of their own hands. Like unto Laman and Lemuel, they chart their own course. They don't think they need revelation. They don't need a Leahona to guide them to the promised land. They don't want God's kingdom. They want their own kingdom. They want to make their own gods. They want to create their own Tower of Babel, get to heaven their own way. What they don't see is without God's covenants leading to the atonement and the forgiveness of sins, men turn into predatory monsters, beasts of the flesh, man taking on the likeness of jungle animals. We know that both John and Ezekiel talk about this wheel within a wheel with four living creatures. We're talking about the man Adam, and the bull, and the eagle, and the lion, representing a way that man can take upon himself the nature of Jesus Christ. So the word beast seems to characterize obedience in heaven. Could it represent the temple cycle? Man falls and becomes a servant. Then he is lifted up on eagle's wings. Covenanting with Christ, he is raised up to become a king. And then he enters into the presence of God. For Ezekiel 9 through 11 says, the lion, the eagle, and the ox take upon themselves the face of a human being. In other words, people are taking upon themselves the characteristics of these heavenly creatures. Christ's nature is described as both a lion and a lamb. Did not the Egyptians counterfeit this? We see the lion, we see the ox, we see the eagle, and we see man becoming a king, changing the ancient temple symbolism into paganism. Daniel associates King Nebuchadnezzar with a type of the same symbolism we see for Israel. We show how the Bible associates the king of Babylon with Adam, eagle's wings, the lion king of Babylon, and of course the tree of life. For the king is associated with the tree of life. But if this is a counterfeit, we notice something very important is missing. The bull, the tribe of Joseph, is not associated with King Nebuchadnezzar or Babylon. Where is the tribe of Joseph? He doesn't appear in the symbolism. For the Bible symbolism of the 11th son of Jacob, Joseph, is missing in the Babylon symbolism. Symbolically, there was a great eagle that swooped down and rescued one of the branches of Israel, the tribe of Joseph, and carried it off to a safe place.
This great eagle swoops down and grabs a branch from the highest tree in Lebanon, takes it to the most fertile field, places it near the great waters, Ezekiel 17. So where do you find abundant waters? For God gives Joseph a blessing where the deep or the ocean lies beneath his tribe. Obviously, the tribe of Joseph would have to be in a boat or a ship in order for the deep or the ocean to lie underneath them. In Deuteronomy, we see how the tribe of Joseph's land is blessed by God because of the deep or the ocean. So the ocean is the wall that protects the uttermost parts of the vineyard on both sides. Genesis 49. And the record says, Nephi was carried by the wings of the Spirit to an exceedingly high mountain. Lifted up to this high place on wings, God tells him how to build a boat in order to cross the great deep. But Joseph represents this fruitful tree by water, whose branches, his two sons, run over this wall of water. America is the only land that has this long-lasting mountain range that lasts from Alaska all the way to the tip of South America. In the upper bounds of these everlasting hills. So it's not in lower South America, it's not in middle America, it's up in the upper bounds. This is where Salt Lake is and the temples, all the way up to Alaska. And the eagle's wings, which represent Israel's deliverance, become the symbol of America in the latter days. And John the Revelator says the bride of Christ has eagle's wings. Where is she located? In the last days, the Lord's house is in the top of these mountains, says Isaiah, in the upper bounds of these everlasting hills. So why did the Lord preserve the branches of Israel in this tree if Israel turns her back on God? How can a bad tree bearing bad fruit survive until the latter days? The wise men of Babylon did not like the idea that Israel's God was placed above their pagan gods. Therefore, they appealed to the king's pride that they might get him to denounce the covenant he made with God and Daniel. So since Israel rejects God's covenant, and then the king of Babylon rejects God's covenant, how can this tree ever become one tree under God's covenant? And how can the branches of Israel be scattered across the whole face of the earth if they're already grafted into this Babylon tree? Well, the Israelites break their covenant, and then King Nebuchadnezzar breaks his covenant. He declares that his kingdom is above all other kingdoms, including God's. So God sends his angel down to destroy this tree which failed to become one under his covenant. Chop down the tree, cut off its branches, strip off its leaves and scatter its fruit, Daniel 4 and 14. Hew down the tree, cut off his branches, shake off his leaves. Obviously, fruit, leaves, and branches coming off the tree represent nations, kindreds, and tongues separating from the tree of Babylon. But then the angel is told to do a very strange thing. Leave the stump and the roots in the earth, and let it be watered with the dews of heaven. In other words, keep it alive, the heart of the tree. Then you water the stump. So the Lord gives us a clue. If you water this and keep it alive, is it going to remain just a stump? Or will it transform into something else? A low tree or a bush. Obviously, God just inspired Daniel to give us this prophecy, a time capsule in the form of a stump that will come to fruition in the latter days. For God told Daniel that 7 times would pass over this stump. In other words, it's a clock. 7 generations, 7 kingdoms. What is the number 7? Daniel says the heart of this tree stump becomes a beast. For the pride of the lion was brought down, his wings were plucked, and he fell to the earth. His prideful heart entered the stump of the fallen tree. Metaphorically, what this is all about is Daniel seems to be explaining a long process of 7 times where King Nebuchadnezzar went through a terrible withdrawal from his addiction to power. But remember, there are 2 natures in the heart of man, the beast before the fall and the beast that arose after the fall. In the end, King Nebuchadnezzar chose the latter. But the king of Babylon is just a sideline metaphor for what has happened to the heart of Israel. So in the latter days, which side of the beast nature will emerge, the tame lion or the ferocious lion seeking the flesh? Which nature will come from the stump? Or like man who has a fallen nature, are both sides of the nature going to be manifest? So the clues in all 5 chapters of the book of Abraham with the number 911 give us a tree of life, a family tree, a star, water, and a lion with bird wings. Hew down the tree, cut off his branches. For in 600 BC, the head of Nebuchadnezzar represents all the Gentiles, the Israelites, and all the heathens as one tree. and one lion having eagle's wings.
Even though the king of Babylon repented of his evil tradition of abusive power, his sons and his grandsons who ruled after him did not repent, and the mark of the beast corrupted Babylon's whole tree generationally by the tradition of their fathers.
Daniel says the heart is the problem. When lifted up, the mind is hardened in pride. For Babylon, the first kingdom was like a lion having eagle's wings until the wings were plucked. Plucked wings causes a great fall due to pride. So the branches of Israel have been removed from their mother tree and grafted into the tree of Babylon, which has now been cut down and has no root. For this tree, numbered 911, reaches heaven. Therefore it would be a very great fall. For opposite the tree of life, Babylon's tree was a spacious building, reaching high up in the air towards heaven. For the fall of the Tower of Babel represented the scattering of the branches, not gathering them, Genesis 11:9 or 9:11. The fall of the tower is the fall of pride according to Nephi. It appears the code 9 through 11 has a duality of meaning, both the gathering of God's people and the scattering of God's people. For the tree of life is a collective effort to free men's hearts on a covenant path to free the individual through God's love in the fruit. The tree of Babylon here only serves the collective goals of the state, not the individual. A collective effort to replace God with a counterfeit. Poisoning the fruit, a bad tree must be cut down. For it grieveth me that I should lose this tree, said Jacob. The tree of Babylon attempted to be a family tree with both the father the king and the mother of Babylon. A political attempt to force one family tree by the power of the state. Israel, which was once the tree of Jacob, now became just added branches. So Jacob says they took of these natural trees, which had become wild, and grafted them into their mother tree. But here's the mystery. The mother tree was cut down and separated from the stump and the roots. How could they be added or grafted back into the mother tree? And the first thing we think is the roots and the stump are still there. We can graft these wild trees into the stump. We need the Book of Mormon and Daniel to understand this. You destroy the tree, but then you bind the stump with a band of iron and brass. So the stump and the roots are bound and have no purpose until the latter days. The problem is these Israelites have forgotten the family tree of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and now are possessed with the mind of Babylon. Since the prophets are allowed to proselyte in Babylon, a remnant of Jews and some Israelites remain faithful. So the Lord is laying up several kinds of fruit for the future. So the branches of Israel have been removed from their mother tree and grafted into the tree of Babylon, which has now been cut down and has no root. He says it doesn't matter where he's scattering these branches. He's trying to preserve these branches so he can lay up fruit. We need to be smart enough to see beyond the symbolism of branches. These are Israel and Gentiles. So he scatters these branches and hides them where no one can find them. And Israel is being mingled into the seed of Gentiles. After hundreds of years, after the tribes of Israel mingled with Gentile women and produced children, would God now have to change his whole policy? Or is it his overall plan to graft all the races into Israel? Since all Scripture is likened to the latter days, does that mean there's going to be a freeing process involving a fallen tree and a bush? You destroy the tree, but then you bind the stump with a band of iron and brass. So God gives Daniel this clue: you keep this stump watered so it doesn't die. But it's bound. It can't even become a tree bush until these bands are removed, which means the only reason to keep it alive is someday it will become a tree bush. It says, things that hath happened already and have been done of old times return again as a remembrance of things that are to come. In other words, the past is a likeness of those things which come after. Sure enough, Ecclesiastes 1:9 through 11. So why do we put the iron band on the stump first and the brass band second? So you water the stump according to God to keep it alive. But any third grader knows if you bind a stump, there can be no growth. It cannot possibly turn into a bush, or nothing can be grafted into it. And here's the second clue. God makes known to King Nebuchadnezzar what shall be in the latter days. Hew down the tree. So keeping this alive turns it into a living time capsule for the future.
And the only way to free this stump is to remove the brass first and then the iron second. Is there any third grader out there that doesn't understand what's going to happen? Try it in your backyard. You're not going to stop this tree bush from growing. For Ezekiel said, I, the Lord, have brought down the high tree and have exalted the low tree. Being high-minded in pride, we have to be made low so we can become humble and lowly of heart. For the tree was King Nebuchadnezzar's pride, which was the tree that was cut down. So symbolically, his low heart remains in the low tree for 7 times. Obviously, being highly symbolic, the king is not going to live until the latter days. Daniel is talking about the king's posterity, his people in the latter days. A long process where a high tree was made low. For Israel was made free by a burning bush. Was that a covenant being restored by a burning bush after a long time of waiting, lifting a man's heart up to the mountain of the Lord? Moses was carried on eagle's wings to God's presence. Therefore, the bush and the eagle's wings are a freeing process. The eagle's wings, which carry the branches, mark the timeline until they reach the authority of the gathering power of Joseph, number 11. In facsimile 2, this woman, who is number 22 and 23, the mother of Joseph, is pointing the branch towards the latter days, towards the bull, who is number 11. So with the branches of Israel being lost and scattered among all other nations, how do we ever find all of lost Israel? How will these lost branches of Israel be gathered and carried on eagle's wings back to God's holy mountain and be grafted into God's family tree? And how will they know where to gather? So the tribes of Israel are lost. The only way to find and gather them is to put some kind of identifying mark on them. We mark all of Israel and all of mankind with number 11, the 11th son of Jacob in the 11th hour. The 11th hour is the mark and the code for gathering all mankind to Jesus Christ. The tragedy is how the tribes of Israel were gathered to the covenant of Satan, seeking their own path by unifying their own power to build their own version of Babylon the Great. We see how these 10 tribes of Israel have fashioned their own covenant vessel, leading to a government of this world, or a ship of state. Once again, following the path of that serpent who appeals to our fallen nature rather than the higher nature of Jesus Christ. For these 10 desire to become earthly kings, seeking earthly glory. But John says they commit fornication with the harlots and their mother. So rather than gathering unity, they end up scattering Israel across the face of the earth. The branches are set everywhere. All because Israel copulates with the world, seeking an earthly kingdom, and bearing children who follow the confusion of Satan rather than the kingdom of God. For has not the serpent hijacked Israel, and is now leading Israel as number 11, counterfeiting the tribe of Joseph's authority and God's priesthood power? For the 10 are seen following the serpent, who is masquerading as number 11, promising them earthly kingdoms and glory forever. For these same 10 kings, the kings which have no kingdom as yet, have committed fornication with the harlot and her daughters, and they are made drunk by her wine. Their minds have been deranged, their thought processes have become like Babylon. And they, Israel, shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another. Daniel 2:43. The Israelites fashioned their own covenant vessel. The only problem is, they fashioned it from the fallen tree of Babylon. They chose a political path, placing their faith in false gods. They fashioned their covenant from a fallen poison tree, led by the serpent beast that was in the Garden of Eden, rejecting God's marked path and following the mark of the beast. Aboard were the 10 lost tribes who intermarried with the harlots of Babylon, who were the daughters of the great harlot, mingling their seed with the nations of the world who represent the great sea of the harlot, scattering the branches of Israel across the earth. So the mother of harlots gave birth to daughters who rebelled against her. Israel Babylon would not unite with Gentile Babylon. Like the scripture says, the serpent's kingdom was divided. So here's the lost 10 tribes of Israel right here. They're seeking to separate from this Persian empire up here. So lost Israel seeks a kingdom of their own. However, they desire an earthly ship of state that they fashion from Babylon's fallen tree. Big mistake.
So instead of following the covenant to become kings and priests in God's kingdom, they seek their own kingdom. We know the tribes of Israel are to receive crowns of glory. Might that explain why John refers to them as 10 kings with no kingdom of their own yet? The 10 have one mind, he says. They want to rule their own Babylon somewhere by seeking other gods to find this promised land that they're looking for, but they have no Liahona to get them there. Instead, the 10 tribes are lost, riding on the back of the great red dragon ship. That very same red dragon that was cast out of heaven to the earth, having 10 horns, now claiming the lost 10 tribes of Israel as his own. In other words, the red dragon Lucifer has hijacked Israel. Israel imitates the kingdoms of the world who follow after the very same red dragon, whereby each new worldly kingdom fashions their ship of state after the same fallen tree of Babylon. But in their hearts, Israelites were different than these Gentile inhabitants. They wanted to be leaders. They didn't want to be second-class citizens in Persia or Babylon anymore. They wanted to be lions. They didn't want to be second-class bears or other kinds of animals. They wanted to be lion kings. So even though the Israelites were on the wrong path, they seen these other kingdoms as inferior to themselves. But because these Israelites chose to build their own future from a broken tree that represented a broken covenant, they were literally building a ship that would curse their future. They would literally partake of the same curse that all the Gentile kingdoms were also partaking of. John indicates that these 10 kings without a kingdom were copulating with the whore of Babylon and her daughters. They were literally scattering the branches of Israel's future posterity and the Gentiles to the 4 winds. They were creating children that had no root nor branch to bring in the fruits of God's vineyard. Having no covenant or Liahona to guide them, they were leading countless souls nowhere. The mother of Babylon keeps the inhabitants or the people drunk on wine, so they worship the state instead of worshiping Almighty God. So for many centuries we had Israel lost on a vast sea of wilderness. But he says they're not going to be able to cleave together. Why? They do not wish to be ruled by the Gentile kingdoms seen in Nebuchadnezzar's dream. For these same 10 kings, the kings which have no kingdom as yet, have committed fornication with the harlot and her daughters, and they are made drunk by her wine. Did the Israelites completely forget God's promise to make them all kings? John says they are kings which have received no kingdom of their own as yet. The Israelites rejected God's kingdom, and now they can't find any kingdom of their own. Fulfilling the prophecy in Deuteronomy 28, the Lord God shall scatter his people from one end of the earth to the other. Only Babylon, the first kingdom, tried to unite all the cultures into one family tree. All that was left was a bound stump with brass and iron, which no culture or kingdom could possibly graft into. Because of the binding, it could not receive growth. The stump would remain bound for 7 periods of time. However, the Medo-Persian Empire was the first kingdom to pass over this stump as far as the process of time. But the stump is still bound. But then the third kingdom of brass came along, the Greek Empire, or Alexander the Great. But when the Greek Empire passes over the stump in time, something strange happens. The brass band on the stump, matching the brass kingdom, is removed from the stump. But now the iron band right below it moves up and takes its place, continuing to bind the stump. But still with the iron band, nothing can be grafted into it. It can receive no growth. But in the process of time, next comes pagan Rome, which Daniel says is iron, representing the brass band or the iron on the stump. Suddenly we have a second phase of the Roman Empire. Constantine, Christian Rome, conquers pagan Rome. So the second phase of iron, Constantine, passes over the stump in time, and the stump is still bound with iron. So the stump is the time capsule for 7 times, not the tree. That means we don't count Nebuchadnezzar's kingdom or the fallen tree. In the king's dream, he saw the image of gold, silver, brass, and iron. The image was awesome: a head of gold, a chest of arms in silver, a belly of thighs in brass. Its legs were iron, his feet were part iron and part clay. So what we have here is imagery and symbolism representing the kingdoms of the world. Satan cannot work alone. Therefore, the mark of 600 is going to give us an exact countdown to the latter-day event that is prophesied. In both history and prophecy, the Medo-Persian Empire succeeded Babylon. What happens is King Cyrus of Persia conquers Babylon, the head of gold, and becomes the second kingdom on Nebuchadnezzar's dream. So the one who conquers hijacks the wings of the fallen king and lifts himself up to a political position. As one kingdom dies on the hill, another kingdom rises up to take its place. Take the king and the chess game is over. A mountain symbolizes a place of high authority, like they called Congress the hill. Although King Cyrus is sympathetic to the Israelites, his people are pagan, and they insist on the very same system that had permeated Babylon. But unlike Nebuchadnezzar, King Cyrus would not try to make a family tree out of the pagans and the Israelites. For Cyrus was instrumental in the hands of God to cut down Nebuchadnezzar's family tree. Hew down the tree. Therefore Cyrus would not try to revive the stump of the fallen tree for his own state purposes, but instead becomes the very first kingdom to pass over the stump in time. But you have to remember, in Scripture there's true reality and then there's true symbolism. Like Isaiah, we're speaking in symbolism. But irregardless, Media-Persia conquered Babylon, and they are pagans. They are now going to create their own Babylon in their own image. They will transform the city of Babylon from the name of the goddess Ishtar to Mithra, the goddess of light. So these pagan conquerors, the inhabitants of Persia, were forbidden to graft themselves into the stump. So they took the dead tree of Babylon which had fallen and created a new idol, a new mother, a vessel to lift themselves up to a man-made heaven. Remember that the serpent was the beast cursed above all other beasts of the field. And the mystery is how this woman rides on this beast. We see how wickedness is lifted up to high places. For in this world we wrestle against wickedness in high places. The whore of Babylon rides on many waters. The whore of Babylon rides the beast. According to John, the sea represents nations, kindreds, tongues, and people. Scripturally, water also represents life and procreation, intermixing with Gentile women who are not of Israel, creating a Gentile and Israel mix of new population throughout Europe. John says the harlot and the beast ride on waters which represent all nations, kindreds, tongues, and people. In other words, the populations of the world keep this ship of state afloat. To interpret the clues in King Nebuchadnezzar's dream, you realize there's only one king, King Nebuchadnezzar. All the kings that come after him in Babylon are not counted. There is only one crown per kingdom. But the kings that come after him are not notable in the dream. So there are many kings, but only one king is notable, the first king, the first conqueror. So the Lord refers to him as a king of kings. So in Daniel's interpretation of the king's dream, the only king you see on the image is King Nebuchadnezzar and his crown. These other succeeding kings that came after are all invisible. You only see the one head and the one crown. In other words, after King Nebuchadnezzar dies, it is his crown that goes to the next king. But the kings that come after him are not notable in the dream. King of kings. But remember, Satan controls the kingdoms of the world. The enemy has only images and illusions behind which he hides his true motives. Therefore, Daniel calls this an image. It's an illusion to cover up the true nature of God's plan. Joseph Smith indicates this is just a cover-up, an image, an illusion. What you need to pay attention to is what you don't see. I need to explain to you why the tribes of Israel are seemingly lost because of this image of the state that started in 600 BC all the way to the end times. Just like facsimile 2, the Lord wants you to see through all these illusions and see the truth. For hundreds of years, the Christian ministers have confused everybody by drawing all their attention to the illusion instead of what's behind the illusion. For a brief time, Israel became one with Babylon in 600 BC. Daniel united the kingdoms into one head. The Lord made promises to Israel that they would inherit the earth. They would inherit thrones and principalities and powers. They would become the kings of the earth during the millennium. But during Israel's captivity into Babylon starting in 600 BC, it would be King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon that would be king over Israel. In other words, he would be the king of kings. In 600 BC, King Nebuchadnezzar took Israel captive. So the Israelites are kings without any kingdom of their own. So the lion with eagle's wings represents the kingdom of Babylon, but it also represents the kingdom of Israel. But in 600 BC, the Israelites are only inhabitants of a kingdom that is not their kingdom.
For Joseph Smith says the beasts represent the inhabitants of these kingdoms.
Because God performs miracles through Daniel the prophet, King Nebuchadnezzar literally shares his political authority with Daniel and other Israelites for a time. So Daniel tells King Nebuchadnezzar that the king that comes right after him, Medo-Persia, is a lesser kingdom. It is inferior to his kingdom. Why? Is it not a lesser kingdom because King Cyrus, a lion king, rules over inhabitants that represent a bear, not a kingly lion?
For Joseph Smith says the beasts represent the inhabitants of these kingdoms.
Could this mean that the Israelites begin to separate from this second kingdom? For the bear doesn't symbolize Israel, and it certainly doesn't symbolize majestic kings. So Cyrus is a king lion like unto Nebuchadnezzar, but Cyrus is not a king of kings like Nebuchadnezzar was. So unlike Nebuchadnezzar, Cyrus sees that the stump is bound. He's not going to try to graft Israelites into his Gentile kingdom like Nebuchadnezzar tried to do. For it was Cyrus who brought the family tree of Nebuchadnezzar down. Cyrus wants his people to be warriors like bears, but he doesn't want his people to be lion kings. So Persia is a bear. Silver is less value than gold.
Cyrus wants his people to become a devouring military force for him. With 3 ribs in his mouth, he devours much flesh. For it was Cyrus of Persia who decreed that the Israelites and the Jews could go back to their homelands and build their temple. Obviously, it was God who moved the heart of Cyrus to do this. But at this time, it was mainly the Jewish people that remained faithful to their original culture. Many of the original 10 tribes of Israel had become paganized. But even they did not want to be subject to a Gentile kingdom or king. They wanted a kingdom of their own. Cyrus did not want to make a family tree out of the 2 cultures, but it was too late. The Israelites had already mingled in the bloodlines of the Gentiles. So mostly the Jews and a few faithful Israelites returned to their homeland to rebuild their temple. Their long captivity in Babylon came to an end. At the time of Cyrus of Persia, the Jews were sent back to Jerusalem. Here's the thing you got to recognize. The Jews, after 70 years of captivity in Babylon, returned to Jerusalem. But the 10 tribes never did return to their northern kingdom.
Human anatomy on Nebuchadnezzar's dream is a perfect model because no one can possibly argue which section of the body succeeds the other.
To illustrate this model, Daniel turns the symbol of a king, a lion with eagle's wings, into a horn. So a king is now a horn. Then he puts the king, which is the horn, between the goat's eyes. So Daniel demonstrates that lion kings are now called horns. Horns or kings that rule the inhabitants of each of these kingdoms, which are the beasts.
So Daniel makes rules for the dream. Only the first king, Nebuchadnezzar, is notable, in spite of how many other kings came after him. There's only one head. Same rule applies to Persia. Only Cyrus, who conquered Babylon, is notable on the dream. All the other kings are not notable. Same is true with Alexander the Great, who conquered Persia. He is the only king notable. His 4 generals are not notable on the dream, in spite of what other people do.
For John says in Revelation 12, there's 7 crowns, and that's it. 1 for each kingdom.
So the images on the dream are all encrypted, and there's a process of elimination.
In order to illustrate what the prophets want us to understand about these beasts, we notice that even though this leopard has 4 heads, it's only one animal. It's only one body. So does not that leopard imaged with 4 heads actually represent one leopard with 1 head looking 4 different directions?
For when the leopard representing the kingdom of Greece is absorbed into the 4th kingdom of Rome, we only see one image of the leopard represented in the 4th kingdom. Might the many spots on this leopard represent the mixing of Israel with Gentile populations to the 4 corners of the earth?
King Alexander the Great expanded his empire to all 4 corners, adding populations and inhabitants in every direction he conquered. So Daniel transforms this beast into an entirely different creature to illustrate this.
So when the Medo-Persian Empire falls, how does Greece replace Medo-Persia?
He converts the leopard of Greece into a he-goat with a conspicuous horn between his eyes. Then he converts the bear of Persia into a ram with 2 horns. History, we know the 3rd kingdom was Greece, Alexander the Great.
We now have the symbolism of a war between Greece and Persia.
Daniel declares that the horn between the goat's eyes is Alexander the Great, the king.
Obviously, the two horns on the ram represent the king of Persia and the king of the Medes. Does this not teach us that horns symbolize kings?
Daniel verifies it. The horns on the ram represent the kings of the Medes and the Persians.
Persia represents only one animal, not two. So the ram had two horns, but one horn was higher than the other. Cyrus was more dominant than the other horn. Daniel says the two horns represent the Medes and the Persians. The Persians, Cyrus, is most dominant. So Cyrus is the notable horn on the king's dream. The Medes are not. Persia is also described as a bear. The bear is raised on one side. That means Persia is the dominant side. Only Persia is notable on the dream. And the goat of Greece with the notable horn, Alexander, ran into the ram and destroyed him. He ran into him with all his power and broke the two horns of the ram. Daniel 8 and 5. So we're talking about the animalistic natures of the inhabitants of these kingdoms.
But there are 4 kingdoms, each ruled by a king. Therefore, there are 4 lions.
Daniel clearly says the lion with eagle's wings is Babylon. So John calls the 4th kingdom of Rome Babylon the Great. So we know that the animal symbol for the king is a lion with eagle's wings. A bear is never depicted as a king. It is King Cyrus, the king lion, who rules the inhabitants who are described as a bear. The goat represents the authority and power of Greece. But the horn between his eyes, the king, represents who directs and empowers the goat. But if the horn or the king is broken or taken out, the entire animal becomes powerless. So reading about what Joseph Smith says about this, I now understand Daniel. The great horn that is between the goat's eyes is the first king, Alexander only. And the goat had a notable horn. The only notable king or the notable horn on this kingdom is Alexander. So again, the first king is the only notable leader here. He's the horn. Any kings or leaders that came after him are not notable on Nebuchadnezzar's dream. We just don't count them. So what do we understand when the first crown of Alexander's authority is broken? So pay attention. His power and authority is all in this horn. Symbolically, the male goat is Greece. The horn between his eyes is the first king. When that king is removed, the horn is broken. Daniel 8. For now the authority of that horn is broken, whereas 4 will stand up for it. By this 1,000 Christian ministers are proved false prophets. They claim that the 4 generals who succeeded Alexander are the 4 horns. But there are no notable horns after Greece. There's only one notable horn. But here's how they deceived themselves. The 4 kingdoms were not in Greece's power. They were 4 nations that came out of Greece, but they were not in Greece's power. Here's the golden clue. 4 kingdoms shall stand up out of Greece. Looking at Nebuchadnezzar's dream of the man, how does a man stand up? So is it not the legs of the Roman Empire that stand up for Greece, coming right out of Greece? So the Roman Empire comes directly out of the Greek Empire. But it has nothing to do with the authority and king of Greece. It is 4 separate kingdoms that come out of Rome. Pagan Rome, Christian Rome, Gothic Rome, and Justinian's restoration of Rome. So matching Daniel's prophecy, there are 4 kingdoms, 1, 2, 3, 4, that stand up out of Greece. So the 4th kingdom of the pagan empire is represented by only one emperor, one king, regardless of how many there are. Constantine is represented by only himself, the first conqueror. Constantine conquered pagan Rome. He changed it from paganism to Christianity. Then the Gothic king Odoacer for a short time overthrew the Roman Empire. Obviously Constantine is the Christian who would be associated with the Lamb. Number 5, what happens to this image of the Lamb? John said, I saw one of his heads as it were wounded to death. John describes the 10 kings as 10 horns who have no kingdom of their own as yet. John asks the question, who is able to make war with him, meaning the Roman king? Was it not the Goths who defeat the Roman Empire and become the 6th kingdom? John says the 6th kingdom is still here, the kingdom that caused the fall of Constantine's 5th Christian world kingdom. Together with all his Christian allies, he changed Roman Catholicism into Arian Christianity for a short time, representing the ankle. Rome was divided east and west. On the eastern side of the empire, you still had Christian Rome, represented by Justinian the Great. It was Justinian's life's dream to restore the Christian Roman Empire of Constantine that had fallen to the Goths. To do so,
he would employ the entire Roman army to remove the occupation of the Goths from Rome. So I want to demonstrate that John the Revelator is talking about the healing of the wound, the Roman Empire being restored and healed by Justinian, the Constantine Christian Rome falling and then being restored again by Justinian.
And John said, I saw one of his heads as it were wounded to death. But then John indicates through this orchestration of this lamb's head being wounded to death that the deadly wound will be healed.
In other words, the book of Revelation's mysterious description of the deadly wound being healed. There was a wound to the empire that was healed. We're going to demonstrate from your Bible that John the Revelator had a real problem with this fourth kingdom. To him, this was an orchestration, a political orchestration of something that was Babylon, an imitation or a counterfeit of Christ's kingdom. In other words, this was a political orchestration to restore Christ's church in the Roman Empire. They really forget Christ's original declaration, my kingdom is not of this world. My kingdom is not an earthly political kingdom.
But Daniel says we've got to figure out how 3 of the first horns or kings are plucked up by the roots. How does that happen?
Could it be that this last horn or king absorbs all the political power of the previous 3 horns in the Roman Empire?
Back to the start again, we got a lion, bear, and leopard representing Babylon, Persia, and Greece. But what animal represents the 4th kingdom of Rome? What animal is it? Now these first beasts represent the time of Daniel the prophet. The 4th beast would represent John the Revelator. Maybe he can tell us.
John, alive during the time of the Roman Empire, saw one beast. This beast was like a leopard, had the feet of a bear, and a mouth of a lion. What's he talking about? This sounds like the first 3 beasts of Daniel's dream.
We've got a real problem here because Daniel described each one of these beasts as separate beasts, not all one beast. Let's find out if Joseph Smith can clear all this up. How do 3 separate beasts become this?
How do 3 beasts combine all into one beast during the Roman Empire? Joseph said the book of Revelation was about John's future and not things that already transpired in the past. John saw beasts that had to do with things on the earth, but not in past ages. Joseph gave us the clue earlier. He said each one of these beasts represent the inhabitants or the kind of people that lived in these kingdoms. Could it be the 4th beast represents all the posterity from the past combining into one beast in the present? So like Joseph said, the past is gone. These empires are gone. This beast here represents all the posterity of the people that are no longer in existence. But because of the past beastly traditions of their fathers, the people in the present have inherited the very same kind of beastly nature. Did not these beasts descend from Babylon? John calls the 4th beast of Rome Babylon the Great. Joseph Smith talks about the spirit of Babylon, which would explain the tradition coming from the past. But there is a difference between Roman Babylon and the first 3 kingdoms on the dream. Roman Babylon was all about religious conflicts and wars. Rome is one empire, one beast, but it was divided up into 4 sections of religious division. The Roman Empire becomes a divided kingdom. Each one of these 4 horns or kings are trying to unite the empire by using religious persuasion to unite the people into one creature, one entity. The leader was Constantine. He turned Christianity into a religion of the state. Mandated by the state, this placed Christianity in conflict with paganism, Islam, Judaism, and all forms of other kinds of Christianity. Daniel established at the beginning we need to have one king or one horn to represent each animal. And even though there might be more than one king mentioned in the scriptures regarding each one of these kingdoms, only one king is notable representing one kingdom.
For John says in Revelation 12 there's 7 crowns and that's it, one for each kingdom. The 7 crowns associated with the 7 animal heads. So Daniel's leopard with its many spots representing many diverse peoples is empowered by a king, or a kingly power or horn. Just as Daniel described the goat as the population of Greece, but the horn between his eyes represented the king. But Daniel described them all as one beast or one entity. So like the he-goat with the horn representing Alexander the king, this is one beast. The horn and the beast are the same beast. But as the leopard of Greece loses his king, he loses his kingly power. Exactly as the goat of Greece, who loses his horn, loses his kingly power. So when the Lion King is removed from power, he loses his horn of power, his crown. In other words, the king's wings are plucked and he falls out of the picture. In other words, all four of these Lion Kings fall out of the picture and lose their crowns. First three kingdoms have one crown. The fourth kingdom has four crowns. Daniel's image is completed head to toe. The seven crowns of the seven kings are taken completely out of the picture. But the beasts that represent the inhabitants or the population remain and are absorbed into the fourth beast by the time we get to the fourth kingdom. So we're not counting pagan kings, we're counting Israel. Israel absorbed into Persia, Israel absorbed into Greece, Israel absorbed into Rome. And finally, the 10 tribes of Israel absorbed into the 10 toes of the feet. Remember, this is about Israel being captive into Babylon. The toes do not control the feet control the toes. So the Bible is all about the history of Israel, not pagan kings. So in the end, we have 7 heads that represent 7 different periods of time, and 10 horns on the toes. 7 heads and 10 horns is John's final count. So here's Daniel's notable 4 horns that came out of the Roman Empire. And out of them came forth a little horn, which waxed exceedingly great. Now, all of Daniel's previous kingdoms are empires. The difference between these empires and the Roman Empire is the Roman Empire is divided into 4 kingdoms within that same empire. For that reason, the Roman Empire is represented by one beast with several heads to represent each king or kingdom. Daniel says each one of these 4 kings are notable horns, so we don't remove any of the heads that represent them. But Daniel says we have 4 kings or 4 horns that stand up as legs. But we only have 3 heads to represent the 4. Does John fill in the blank? What is the animal that's missing? What is the mystery beast here? But what it's actually about is uniting all the people to a religious image of the state in order to support the authority of the king. So here's Daniel's notable 4 horns that came out of the Roman Empire. And out of them came forth a little horn, which waxed exceedingly great. So would the little horn not represent a different kind of animal, a lamb, that represents the Christian state of Constantine, number 5? So if we combine Joseph Smith's clues with Daniel's clues, and the lions with eagle's wings represent the kingdoms and the kings of each one of these kingdoms, and the beasts over here represent the inhabitants of these kingdoms, Daniel clearly says the lion with eagle's wings is Babylon. So John calls the 4th kingdom of Rome Babylon the Great. So we know that the animal symbol for the king is a lion with eagle's wings. But just as the bear and the leopard represents the inhabitants of Persia and Greece, so the 4th kingdom represents the inhabitants of the 4th kingdom, not the king. So obviously these beasts represent peoples. Therefore, the posterity of these earlier kingdoms are now being combined into one beast in the 4th Empire as time has progressed from Babylon to Rome. But if we separate kings from the inhabitants, we got a problem in the 4th kingdom here. So we got a 4th lion here that represents the 4th Babylon of Rome. The discrepancy is lions represent kings and kingdoms. Lions do not represent the inhabitants of those kingdoms. It's about peoples multiplying through the timeline of these kingdoms. These people or inhabitants represent the bear. These people represent the leopard. The inhabitants of Rome were subject to the king. They were never identified as kings. So how can we possibly explain the conflict with John and Daniel's imagery here, where they clearly have a lion with eagle's wings representing the 4th kingdom? But then we also have a lion representing what appears to be the citizenry over here. That seems to be a conflict with what we know about the hierarchy of ancient Rome. To understand, you have to go back to the very beginning. Only King Nebuchadnezzar was titled by God King of Kings. The other kings were kings of bears or kings of leopards or whatever. But only Nebuchadnezzar was King of Kings. Symbolically, only the tribes of Israel are destined to rule with Christ as kings. And even though Israel is lost into Babylon at this particular time in 600 BC, the Lord still plans to redeem them after they are sifted through this long process of Babylon. We remember that Daniel and his friends were given authority by the king to rule alongside the king in Babylon. Strange as it is, the 600 BC man Nebuchadnezzar was king of Israel.
So the image of the king and Babylon are synonymous. They're the same things. The first lion represents the heart of Nebuchadnezzar. The second lion is the heart of Israel in Babylon. The difference is how the Israelites are only inhabitants of Babylon. It is not their kingdom. Remember that the heart of Nebuchadnezzar failed. He went into the stump for 7 times of insanity. The lion's heart of Israel is also a broken covenant. Thereby the wings are also plucked, and he falls to the earth with these other kingdoms. Thereby the bloodlines of Israel are mixed into a growing population of Gentiles. So by the time we get to Rome, we have the mixed inhabitants of all 3 kingdoms now combined into one beast by John the Revelator on the 4th kingdom. In a sense, the Lion of Israel has now been mixed in with Gentiles.
The key to this whole prophecy is John only sees one beast rise up here. Even though you see a lion and a bear and a leopard all rolled up into one animal here, it's one 4th beast. So you might ask yourself, how do I know that this strange creature came out of the metaphor of all these inhabitants or peoples? How do I know that as a true clue? John actually answers his own clues. He says this beast rose up from the sea. What does that mean? John explains that the waters that support this evil system from kingdom to kingdom are peoples, multitudes, and nations and tongues who not only support it but worship it. The people represent the sea that holds up the ship of state. If they worship the government, they worship the dragon who controls governments, who gives power to the beast in which the whore rides. So how could the dragon unify all these people into one governmental system that he himself controls? Did he not seek to unify the people of the 4th kingdom of Rome with a false image of a lamb or a counterfeit of Christianity? John indicates this dragon is going to speak through the mouth of this false lamb in order to cause these people through their own fallen nature to be deceived into worshiping the dragon instead of Jesus Christ. A lamb with political authority who would speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of this beast would be killed. The mother of Babylon keeps the inhabitants or the people drunk on wine, so they worship the state instead of worshiping Almighty God. So whether you be a Gentile or an Israelite, when you reject God's path, you automatically choose the traditional path of God's enemy. You aim your whole life towards the wrong final destination. You board the wrong boat to arrive at the wrong marker. The serpent becomes your father, and the whore of Babylon becomes your mother. The system of Babylon is symbolized by the woman who passes on the traditions of the beast into each new generation. You've heard Daniel's beast represent the kingdoms of the world. Joseph describes it differently. He says it's the inhabitants of those kingdoms. They were abominable, murderous, corrupt, carnivore people, brutal in their dispositions. Joseph's image of the beast is man's carnal nature. So the adversary's path is marked by Babylon's tradition, which turns human beings into monsters. It all began with subconscious imagery in the king's dream. So how could the dragon unify all these people into one governmental system that he himself controls? Did he not seek to unify the people of the 4th kingdom of Rome with a false image of a lamb or a counterfeit of Christianity? So the beast was like a lion, a bear, and a leopard, but the dragon gave him his authority. Is it not the dragon who rules all the kingdoms of the world? In other words, it is his horn that empowers these kings. They are just puppets of the adversary. By this time in world history, however, we know that the blood of Israel is mixed in with this 4th empire. We know that the nature of a lion is that he does not want to be ruled. Though these people had been pagan, they turned towards an Aryan style of Christianity that opposed the Roman Church. John describes them as 10 lost kings who have no kingdom of their own, who begin to attack the empire. Driven by their own lust and power, they'd succumb to the same nature of the red dragon as had the Romans, who also were ruled by Lucifer. But he who kills the Holy Roman Empire of the Lamb must now be killed by the sword. The 6th kingdom is soon removed by the empire. 3 6s. And John said, I saw one of his heads as it were wounded to death. So the 6th kingdom causes the fall of Christian Rome. This highly orchestrated symbolism of killing a lamb seems to imitate Jesus Christ and his sacrifice. But then John indicates through this orchestration of this lamb's head being wounded to death that the deadly wound will be healed. In other words, a resurrection. Is this not an illusion of the resurrection of Christ? But then John says, he that killed with the sword, in other words, number 6, who killed the lamb, must now be killed by the sword. Number 7 comes to defeat the Goths. So apparently this war between the Goths and Romans starts a timeline where the patience and the faith of the saints must wait for something. In other words, this war starts a countdown for what the saints are waiting for. So by the Roman Christian Empire defeating the Goths, Rome defeats number 6 with the sword in 538. So on prophecy and history both, the first 5 kingdoms are gone. Only the Gothic kingdom remains on the western side of the empire. Before 6 was number 5, one of the Roman heads, the lamb, wounded to death. Is this not what John's talking about? 7 kingdoms, 5 are fallen, the lamb. One is, that's number 6, the Goths. The one who has not yet come is number 7. John says there's 7 heads and there's 7 kings. There is no other way to break this history down. But the Roman Emperor Justinian represents number 7. But he rules the eastern part of the empire, and he has not yet come to restore the western side. But then John says he that killed with the sword, in other words, number 6 who killed the lamb, must now be killed by the sword. Number 7 comes to defeat the Goths. But in 538, number 7, Justinian comes in and takes Rome back from number 6. 540. Then Rome takes back the capital city in Ravenna from the Goths, number 6. And then he goes back home and finds out the Goths are still there. Finally, in 554, they take out the king, the horn. In 554, the Goths have no homeland, they have no king. Justinian declares the restoration of the Roman Empire in 554. In 553, the Gothic forces are defeated at Capua and their king killed. In 554, Justinian declares the restoration of the Christian Empire. 554. So apparently this war between the Goths and Romans starts a timeline where the patience and the faith of the saints must wait for something. In other words, this war starts a countdown for what the saints are waiting for. The 6th kingdom is soon removed by the empire. 3 6s. So he who killed with the sword must now be killed by the sword. The 6th kingdom of the Goths is removed by the Roman Empire by 3 strikes of the sword. 666. So in 554, Justinian claims to restore the church empire. He now controls both feet on the image, claims to restore the lamb, the image of the Roman Empire with 2 horns. But in reality, he is the only horn. In 538, after he conquers Rome, he forces Pope Vigilus to take the throne. Emperor Justinian's famous Codex of Roman Law gave the Pope authority over all religions, no matter what they thought, in the Roman Empire. But the Pope did not want that kind of power through the Emperor, and he ended up being removed and jailed by Justinian. So it was not the Pope who originated the problem in Rome, it was Justinian, or the emperors who controlled the popes. Clearly 538 was his first attempt to re-establish church and state in Rome. 16 years later, it was by Justinian's political authority that pope was replaced, not the authority of God. In actual history, the first pope, Vigilius, stood up to the emperor and was jailed and lost his life for his integrity. According to John, the 2 horns of church and state together would last 1,260 years. So the 7 heads of Rome, the 7 kingdoms, the 7 beasts, are all of one subject, Revelation 17, 9 through 11. It would appear that Joseph Smith's code of 9 through 11 is taking us down the exact same timeline as facsimile 2, 9 through 11. Will the Bible's timeline now take us to 1830 also as a second witness? So here's Daniel's notable 4 horns that came out of the Roman Empire. And out of them came forth a little horn, which waxed exceedingly great. If so, why does Daniel give this lamb only 1 horn? But John the Revelator sees another lamb with 2 horns coming up. In other words, there's going to be 2, another one. They sought to restore the Roman image of Christ. But is John not exposing this as a false miracle? But John seems to indicate it's not the same lamb coming back from the dead, but a different lamb. A lamb with 2 horns instead of 1. Because John said he saw another animal, not the same one, coming out of the earth. This one had 2 horns of a lamb instead of 1. And this lamb spoke as a dragon. In other words, it was the devil in sheep's clothing. Obviously, the Roman state gives this image of Christianity its power, because it causes the whole earth to worship the first beast, or the first lamb. They're worshiping a false image of Christ because they think this deadly wound was healed. In other words, they think that lamb came back to life when he didn't. And sure enough, the Christian lamb being wounded, the Gothic Empire being avenged, and another lamb coming up, 9, 10, 11. And in Daniel chapter 8, this little horned lamb came up. He waxed great, even to the host of heaven. He was a heavenly symbol. He magnified himself, the opposite nature of Christ, even to the prince of the host. He magnified himself to act like God. And by him the daily sacrifice was taken away. The whole reason for the daily sacrifice was to lead to Christ's atonement. By impersonating the lamb, he seeks to take away the atonement. Once again, Daniel 8 witnesses 9 through 11. So right in Joseph Smith's General Conference address, he says this lamb figure doesn't even exist. It's just an illusion by the adversary. So number 7, the clay and iron feet, is represented by only Justinian. Just like the other kingdoms, only one king, the first king, is counted as notable. In the history books, Justinian dressed up in the robes of Christ and claimed to be the Lamb of God. John says the dragon spoke through this counterfeit lamb, or the power of the emperor. The iron legs of Rome seem to imitate the iron rod, seeking to unite the people through a religious political system. But as we get to the 7th kingdom on the dream, we see that there's a separation taking place. The clay, the people, want to separate from this iron of religion. You might say this begins a process where the people become really mixed up about religion. Likely because politics mixed with religion isn't really a true religion. But what is left on the 7th kingdom of the 4th empire creates a pretty mixed up world, and these feet stand until the second coming of Christ. Justinian's famous declaration that he restored the Roman Empire in 554 was a political illusion. It was a lie. From that time forward, the clay and iron feet began to separate and decline into political and religious wars of permanent disunity. Obviously, Europe has had hundreds of kings and rulers since the time of Justinian, but he alone is notable on the dream. He founded the clay and iron divisions of Europe. All political rulers since his time are not notable on the dream. Only the first, the 10 tribes, still have no kingdom. The 10 toes are mingled with Gentile feet. But in the days of these kings that have no kingdom as yet, God will set up his kingdom which shall never be destroyed. For Justinian claimed that he restored Christ's church, all 10 tribes, all 10 toes, making Satan number 11, who spoke through the Lamb. 10 horns plus 1 little horn equals 11, says Daniel. Daniel said the image had 10 horns, 10 toes, and there was another little horn, the 11th coming up among the 10. John indicates the dragon spoke through this 11th horn of this lamb. Daniel claims the 11th horn was speaking through the eyes of a man, in other words, Emperor Justinian. This emperor had a mouth speaking blasphemous words. He claimed to either be Christ or speak for Christ. Daniel indicates he's talking about the 4th kingdom, so the last horn, Justinian, comes up after the 3 first horns are already plucked up by the roots. The history is exact. Justinian comes to power after the first 3 kingdoms of Rome are plucked up, Pagan Rome, Christian Rome, and then Gothic Rome. Then the 7th, or the 11th, comes up. Only the beast cursed above all other beasts of the field rules the entire image, and he is only an image. The entire thing is an illusion, an abomination trying to take away the sacrifice of Jesus Christ, or the effectiveness of the atonement. That abomination being set up from head to toe to take away Christ's sacrifice. So incorporating all of Daniel's visions, we see that there's only 4 beasts. 3 beasts, the lion, bear, and leopard, represent the first 3 kingdoms. But on the 4th beast, John incorporates all 3 into one beast, making 4 individual beasts. Emperor Constantine adds a Christian lamb, but he's still part of the same 4th beast. So there's a process of elimination. You don't count how many heads
are on each individual beast representing the 4 empires. You count how many bodies, 1, 2, 3, 4 beast bodies. The 7 horns are the 7 kings, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 individual kings. So all 7 heads of 7 kingdoms are all on 1, 2, 3, 4 beasts.
John's biblical 7 hills seem to represent all the 7 kingdoms on Nebuchadnezzar's dream absorbed into Rome. But only on the Roman Empire, 1, 2, 3, 4 individual kingdoms are all on 1 beast body.
So without Joseph Smith explaining that there was a marked difference between the inhabitants as beasts and the kings as horns, I would never have figured this out.
These beasts all descended from the original lion, Nebuchadnezzar's Babylon, representing his family tree. Because of the phenomenal success of Jesus Christ's ministry during this time of the Roman Empire, the branches of Christianity and Gentiles converted to Christianity had to be incorporated into the Roman Empire. So if the 4th beast, the Roman Empire, wanted to control the whole world, they had to somehow incorporate Christianity, or the Lamb of God, into their theology. Since Satan controls the kingdoms of the world, he had to counterfeit Jesus Christ. Is it possible Nebuchadnezzar's dream represents a big picture, whereby the natural man, starting in 600 BC, is enticed by his animal nature, animals that represent lust of the flesh, representing the natural man during this time period? Is not the natural man the enemy of God or the true Antichrist here? Repentance is about detecting that which is Antichrist in ourselves first, rather than looking for something outside ourselves. Do we rule others with fear, like a domineering lion, or like a bear, do we brutalize others by emotionally ripping them apart with bear claws? Or like a leopard, do we look for a vulnerable opportunity to jump on someone's back as a backbiter? Or do we pretend to be this sweet little lamb to manipulate others by evoking sympathy, only to turn into a poisonous serpent and strike them down? Is not Christ's atonement all about our repentance from sin and removing that beastly nature and replacing it with his love? Lord reveals the Antichrist to Joseph Smith, anybody who uses control, dominion, or compulsion over the children of men in unrighteousness. John the Revelator uses the terminology of this entire image from head to toe being 1 beast, not 4 beasts. There doesn't seem to be 1 beast here that could compose the entire image from head to toe. A predatory nature that dominated the hearts of men to the point where they killed the Son of God and sacrificed him, and then killed his apostles. Could the iron band that binds this stump, matching the iron that binds the people of Rome, mean something important? Could it be that the Lord is bound by a broken covenant and has to bind up the blessings that are being denied by the people who deny him? Though the sequences are perfectly systematic, where did the 10 toes come from? They don't seem to connect back to any of the former beasts. How do they suddenly come to existence on the feet? Both prophets describe the 10 toes as 10 horns or 10 kings, but they don't have any connection to the 7 kings which make up the dream. Where did they come from?
So in world history, it was the Goths who rebelled against the Roman Empire, but were actually part of the Roman Empire. They wanted to be lions. They did not want to be led like sheep by the empire. John describes the 10 kings as 10 horns who have no kingdom of their own as yet. Next clue, he who leads into captivity shall go into captivity. We're talking about the same Israelites who went into the captivity of Babylon. Their descendants, the 10 horns, are somehow going to become the 6th kingdom. The 6th kingdom is soon removed by the empire. 3 6s. So the horn of the Goths is absorbed back into the empire. Thereby their kingdom is absorbed back into the 4th kingdom of Rome, becoming captive inhabitants once again. Thus, after the clay and iron feet are put on the image, we have the red dragon who claims all 7 heads and 10 horns of his power. We have the 7 heads of history from Babylon all the way down to the clay and iron feet, where the 10 lost tribes are absorbed into these feet, the 7th kingdom. In other words, the lost 10 tribes are lost because they've been following the dragon, who's been leading them through illusions and delusions throughout the whole timeline. Instead of following the birthright to become kings and priests in God's kingdom, they were following an illusion of the 11th horn. Lucifer alone wants to be king of the universe. He doesn't want to share his authority with the 10 lost tribes of Israel. He pretends to share his authority with an earthly image of a lion, which doesn't exist either.
The timeline of Lucifer's covenant vehicle led them lower and lower and lower till they reached the very bottom, the level of the feet.
They thought they were ascending up a mountain to their promised land or a kingdom of their own. Instead, they were descending down to a bottomless pit.
There can never be any glory possible for the tribes of Israel when they're on the same level as the serpent, or under the feet of tyrants.
So what we have here is imagery and symbolism representing the kingdoms of the world. Satan cannot work alone. He must have a system whereby he can propagandize the people, persuade them to get aboard his vessel in order to take them to a promised salvation that doesn't even exist. With a propaganda machine, you bend the public mind to support the system. The government creates a false image of the family. We have the mother of Babylon here, and then the state appoints the Pope as Papa. We have Mom and Pop. The way the dragon makes war with Christ, the Lion of the Lord, and his bride is to replace them with a false image. The definition of Antichrist is to remove and then replace. Theologians have been trying to find 10 kingdoms that represent the toes, but that's not what this is. This is the 10 lost tribes mixed in with Gentiles. Daniel said the clay and iron and the toes of the feet would not stick together, they would break apart. In other words, we're looking at the Roman Empire breaking up into Europe. Daniel says there's 4 kingdoms and there are no more. That means the clay and iron feet are the last phase of the 4th kingdom. That means, according to prophecy, there can be no New World Order. The kingdom is broken and it remains broken until the end. So just like the efforts of the Soviet Union, Hitler, and now the European Union, none of them will ever be able to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. Toes represent a position underneath the tyrants, not the kings above. Therefore, you should not even be looking for 10 kingdoms to rise out of Europe. That is wrong. The British departure through Brexit from the Union guarantees a future breakup of the planned New World Order.
It appears because of Britain and Brexit leaving the EU, and now France, Frexit, that the world order is not going to be. The iron will not stick to the clay. This whole notion that Christians will all be raptured up to heaven while the mark of the beast is happening is simply not in John's prophecy at all. This comes from an unscriptural speculation by others. John says all rich and poor, free and bond, all will experience this, not leaving anybody out of this prophecy. It doesn't have to be 10 nations in Europe. It can be 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 nations all together. The toes represent the lost tribes of Israel. The 10 toes are only part of the feet. They're not the whole feet. We're still looking at lost Israel being mixed in with all the Gentiles. At this point in the dream at the feet, all the past populations are dead and gone. We're now looking at their posterity in the last days. So these people are in John's future. They are the ones who must fear this dreaded mark of 666. How is it and what is it? So 666 is an end times number, but the first number is 600. Where does that start? 600 BC is God's timeline for captive Israel. Remember, we're looking at a timeline. We're counting kingdoms. For it was in 600 BC that God removed a branch of the tribe of Joseph, Lehi, from the family tree of Israel, whereby that same family tree was uprooted by force and grafted into a Gentile tree called Babylon. At the time of King Cyrus in Persia, the Babylon tree had been cut down. God takes the tribe of Judah and removes them from the tree and takes them back to the land of their fathers. So the branch representing the tribe of Joseph was planted on the American continent. The tribe of Judah was replanted into the original roots in Jerusalem. God commanded the prophets to keep a record for both Judah and Joseph, their genealogy and scripture. And Judah would not be lost tribes. They still had root and branch and scripture. But the remaining 10 lost tribes have severed all their roots from the former tree of Israel. For even at the time of the Gothic kingdom, the best historians cannot trace back where these people originated from. So the question arises, were there not Josephites and Jews who defected along with the 10 tribes? Were they not also lost? So the prophet Joseph Smith explains this so we can understand it. The beast is not the lion or the bear or the leopard. It's not Nebuchadnezzar's kingdom or the Roman kingdom. These are just images of the beast. Joseph Smith, speaking in code, said, John saw a beast that represented the nature that ruled heaven, the lion of the Lord.
had no relation to these earthly predators.
But then Joseph Smith decodes the message. It is that mighty angel, Jesus Christ, who has all power to do his work in the latter days.
John describes him as the only one worthy to open the seal of the book. But John also had a vision of that great red dragon who was cast out of heaven to the earth. But Joseph Smith said John only saw visions that represented his future. Therefore, this beast that he saw in heaven was now upon the earth. So here's the real problem and puzzle Joseph Smith gives us. Joseph Smith said the only true representation of the beast that John saw was up in heaven. All beasts that are on the earth were just images and not real. Lucifer is not a snake or a dragon. Man is not a lion. These are just behaviors and images of the natural man and Lucifer. Joseph said the translator should have identified these characters as images of beasts and not beasts. So is it not the cursed beast in the Garden of Eden, the serpent who is 666? But he has 10 horns. That means the 10 lost tribes are mixed in with all these Gentiles. How does he mark everyone in the latter days with the number 666? Or what does it symbolize? Well, instead of speculating like everybody else, let's just listen to John the Revelator. He says we got to calculate this number 666. He says the dragon has 7 heads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kingdoms. And 10 horns, 10 toes. That's 17. Plus you add his horn, that makes 18. 666. So John says we got to calculate this beast, the one that was in the Garden of Eden. His number is 11 because he controls the 10. But he's also number 666 when we count him down from the dream. But John says we got to find the number 666. So obviously Nebuchadnezzar's dream is a timeline. We're talking about history. The latter days is a specific time, 666. So for over 2,000 years, countless people have been trying to calculate this number 666 and what it means. But John prophesies that a man with understanding will come along and calculate the number 666. So in Revelation 13:18, John tells me how to do it. You count the number of the beast. Well, he's got 10 horns, and he's the leader of the 10. He's number 11, which is the number of the man. The number is 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. John says the number of the beast is also the number of a man. We're looking at Nebuchadnezzar's dream. The first number of Babylon is 600. The first number on 666 is 600. So with our starting number 600, we've got to go to the beginning of the timeline, 600 BC Babylon. Now here's our first problem with 600 BC being added to the dragon's number. The dragon lost control of 600 BC Babylon because of Daniel and his miracles, whereby the king gave authority to Daniel and his friends over the kingdom. It was a united covenant with Israel and the Gentile tree. So the tree had to fall, the covenant had to be broken before the devil could gather the branches and scatter them. So it's actually the second kingdom where the Israelites are pretty much free to go off on their own. This is where the adversary gathers them onto his path. So here's our 10 lost tribes, 10 horns, being led by the 11th horn. But John says this number of the dragon has to be counted with the number of the man. At the time of the second kingdom, Persia, we know that Babylon fell because they broke that covenant. For the power of 600 BC, Babylon is now absorbed into Persia, thus absorbed into the power of the adversary. You break a covenant with God, you automatically climb aboard on Satan's path. So Daniel says they're multiplying with the seed of men. These Israelites are multiplying their seed through each consecutive kingdom all the way down. So Persia's conquered, the 11th horn moves down to the Greek Empire. Now they multiply in this kingdom and scatter even more branches. Next they're in pagan Rome, then Christian Rome, then Gothic Rome, and finally to the restoration of Christian Rome, only to break up into clay and iron. So we count the 11-horned beast 6 times, and then we add it to Babylon's number 600, the head, and we have the number of a man, which is the number of the beast on this timeline. So here's our 11 6 times right here, which adds up to 66. Then we add Babylon's number here, and we get 666. So John asks that you allow him who has understanding to count the number of the beast, which is the number of the man, which adds up to number 666.
John declares to the world he already received the revelation of Jesus Christ. He only asked that the man who had understanding come along and calculate that revelation that he had already received. John refers to the fourth beast of the fourth kingdom of Rome as Mystery Babylon the Great. In other words, this is where the mother of harlots rides the beast. For hundreds of years, people have assumed that the 666 man was some antichrist that would come to power in the latter days. What we're actually looking at is a chronological man that started out from Babylon and counts down 666 to the end. So Daniel gives us the important clue. He says Nebuchadnezzar and Babylon are exactly the same thing synonymously. And since John the Revelator says the fourth kingdom is also Babylon the Great, that means the entire image from head to toe is the body of Babylon. So metaphorically, we're counting the number 666 from a man, Nebuchadnezzar, the 600 BC man. So if you count the number of the man, you're counting the kingdoms or the parts of his body that grow consecutively from the head down. But then you have to recognize that it was all a dream in the king's mind. It was an illusion. It was an image, Daniel called it. We have to recognize that the entire Bible is about the history of Israel. It's not about pagan kingdoms or pagan peoples. We have the lost 10 tribes of Israel. This is a way that we can track the lost 10 tribes through these consecutive pagan kingdoms until the end. So exactly like facsimile 2, it's not what we see, it's what we don't see that represents the truth behind the image. That cursed beast in the Garden of Eden has only images and illusions, whereby he hides his agenda to remove lost Israel from the face of the earth. So what we have here is Daniel's image being set up to number 666 at the feet. This is where the mark is. This is where the stone is headed towards the feet. Daniel's first abomination of desolation happened at the time Rome came in and destroyed Jerusalem. But the abomination of desolation is not set up until the entire image is completed down to the toes. The abomination is set up for the purpose of being destroyed by God's kingdom, or the stone. The Lord wants us to clearly understand this. After the image is set up, it's not the abomination of desolation being set up. It's now time for the desolation of the abomination. All their unrighteousness and their ungodly deeds are about to be desolated by God's stone. Doctrine and Covenants 84:114. People forget that the stone was a kingdom, the last kingdom on the dream. Only the beast cursed above all other beasts of the field rules the entire image, and he is only an image. So the kingdoms are set up from head to toe. The abomination is about to be desolated by the stone, which will roll into its mark at the clay and iron feet, which are numbered 666, the desolation point. Once the kingdom of God, represented as the stone, hits its mark, there will be no more world kingdoms. Just as Daniel told the king that the interpretation of the timeline of the dream was sure and would not fail, so there is a timeline measured from the feet to the stone, which we will now consider. How long will it be from the time Justinian restores the church empire, restores the false church of the Lamb, until the time God restores his true church by bringing up the stone from the mountain? How long from this time the adversary sought to take away the sacrifice, the atonement of Christ, by this abomination, until the time that the true sacrifice and the atonement will be available to mankind. So from that time the dream is completely set up, and from that time the daily sacrifice is taken away. In other words, Justinian the emperor takes away Christ's sacrifice by replacing a false sacrifice or a false lamb in his place. And this happens at the time the abomination in Nebuchadnezzar's dream is set up from head to toe. And from the time that the image is set up, there shall be 1,290 years. Daniel chapter 12, verse 11. So we have an exact 1,290-year measurement from the desolation point of the dragon's head and the feet and toes, the most iniquitous part of the man, till the time the stone starts rolling towards its mark, 666. John indicated 1,260 years the faithful remnant had to wait to be freed from the state religion. However, now the Lord adds 30 more years, a small season. They wait until they reach the 1,290th year, or the time the stone is cut out of the mountain. So a symbolic prophetic type of what happened in 600 BC Babylon happens again in the latter days. The law of prophetic prophecy is that which was done in past ages must be done again.
Perhaps this is one reason no one has been able to discern the meaning of the 666 man in the book of Daniel.
So the 10 kings without a kingdom are absorbed into the feet. They are the toes. The toes do not control the feet control the toes.
Now for the measurement from the toes to the stone.
It's recognized in all apocalyptic scripture that days are years. I have appointed thee each day for a year, Ezekiel 4 and 6.
Hebrew day year. Morning was spring, summer was afternoon, fall was evening, and winter was night.
So with John the Revelator's 1260-day prophecy, Joseph Smith changes it to 1260 years, making days and years church doctrine.
So the church went underground into the wilderness and was nourished for a time and times and half a time.
Time was 1 year, times 2 years, half time 6 months, equaling 1260-day year once again.
We know that wings of the Spirit represent the Holy Ghost who nourishes people's testimonies.
So the underground church could still be nourished even though the serpent had control of the political landscape for 1260 years. We know the apostles taught and converted many of the 10 lost tribes, which were now a small remnant left at this time. So from the head of gold all the way down to the toes and feet, all we had was a remnant left who were keeping the commandments of Jesus Christ and had his testimony. Because of the tyranny of the state, this was the only wings of freedom they had, their testimony.
How long will it be from the time Justinian restores the church empire, restores the false church of the Lamb, until the time God restores his true church by bringing up the stone from the mountain? John says the patience of the saints of the remnant are going to have to wait 1260 years. Will that reach the stone? It looks like the 1260-year wait by the remnant for their freedom is not going to quite reach the stone. It's coming just short. Will Daniel give us just a little bit longer of a timeline to reach the stone? For the exact timeline has to be there for the stone to roll forth and crush the head of the serpent.
It's obvious all of Daniel's numbers are synchronized perfectly with the dream from the head to the toes. Now for the measurement from the toes to the stone. And from the time that the image is set up, there shall be 1,290 years.
In 540, the Goths lose their capital city, Ravenna, to the Romans.
540. Thou sawest till the stone was cut out of the mountain without hands. Rome restores the capital of the church empire. 540, 1290 years, 1830, the church is restored. Daniel chapter 12, verse 11.
Justinian's famous declaration that he restored the Roman Empire in 554 was a political illusion. It was a lie. From that time forward, the clay and iron feet began to separate and decline into political and religious wars of permanent disunity. Obviously, Europe has had hundreds of kings and rulers since the time of Justinian, but he alone is notable on the dream. He founded the clay and iron divisions of Europe. All political rulers since his time are not notable on the dream. Only the first, the 10 tribes, still have no kingdom. But in the days of these kings that have no kingdom as yet, God will set up his kingdom which shall never be destroyed. So we count the kingdoms to get the number of the man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, plus 10 horns, 10 toes equals 17. Justinian, he's number 18, 666. He's the man who causes the deadly wound to be healed. His actual Roman history you can see right on the internet. People would walk into his throne and Justinian's head would disappear. It would be a terrible vision of horror. This is actual Roman history where people would walk into Justinian's throne and see his head disappear, a vision of his head disappearing and then reappearing again. It was so horrific that it even scared the historians who watched it happen. It's as if his head were wounded to death, healed back again. Historians say he was like a human demon, controlled completely by Satan. The witness of John's prophecy, he was the one who caused the deadly wound to be healed on the Roman Empire. Really can't count Mr. Headless here. He's just an image, a false Christian. It is actually the dragon, Lucifer, that controls him and speaks through him. So you don't count any of the kings. They are just puppets. It's the dragon, Lucifer, all the way down that you count. 7 heads and 10 horns belong to him. He is number 18 and number 11 and number 666. The original beast who was in the Garden of Eden was Lucifer. Therefore, his name doesn't necessarily have to add up to 666. His name is the number of the beast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 666 reveals his name. So it's the number of his name that is reached by the man. Online, you can document the time the French Revolution began to take away the authority of the state from the Catholic Church. The government made the Pope the head of all churches. The papacy given political power as well as religious authority over all. It was the convention of 1793 that began to target Catholics as enemies of the people and arrest them. In that same year, 1793, they seized the churches, took down the crosses, and destroyed all the Catholic relics. When the beast of the human rage was released in the French Revolution, it's hard to find any justification. They began to kill innocent Catholics. But incredibly, in 533, Emperor Justinian published his Roman law to unite church and state. Exactly 1260 years, we had that French convention to take out the church and state. Right after the restoration of Italy in 540, Justinian began to write church doctrine and make the Pope sign it. The doctrine of the pre-existence was done away. It was actually penned by the Roman Emperor and signed by the Pope. Justinian murdered those who disagreed with his beliefs. But incredibly, in 533, Emperor Justinian published his Roman law to unite church and state. Exactly 1260 years, we had that French convention to take out the church and state. Now in 1793, when this all happened, Pope Pius thought that he was on good terms with the Allies against France. But in 1796, his territory was invaded. Napoleon's army arrested the Pope and took away all his power, jailed him where he later died. France abolished the temporal power of the Pope in 1798 exactly, fulfilling John's 1260-year prophecy in the book of Revelation, where Justinian put the Pope in that position in 538. 1260 years later, he was taken out by the French Revolution. This decree became the Justinian Code, History of the Church, Volume 3, page 327. Also fulfilling John's prophecy where the church had to go underground and maintain their testimonies for 1260 years until this church and state ended. These odds are nearly impossible. So this is where the timeline starts, where the saints have to start waiting patiently until the time runs out. Yes, and it's Revelation 13, 9 through 11. Regarding the 3.5 years when the two prophets prophesied 1260 days in Jerusalem, these 1260 days are to be shortened this time to literal days and not years. The shortening of the days, as John indicates. If it were not so, the earth would not survive that long.
Behold, now I finish the commandment which the Father hath commanded me concerning this people, who are a remnant of the house of Israel.
In 1828, Isaiah's sealed book prophecy was fulfilled when Joseph began to translate in that year. 1290 years, 1828, the Book of Mormon translation begins. In 1830, the Book of Mormon was published and the church was organized. Goths lost their capital city in 540. Justinian was on his way to restore the empire. Rome restores the capital of the church empire, 540, 1290 years, 1830, the church is restored. Hitting 1830 is impossible odds. If you dropped 1,000 golf balls over a golf course, all 1,000 balls would have to hit a hole-in-one in order to reach these odds. So since all the church critics are running away from these facts, I'm starting my summer countdown right now, so all of you can see clearly that they dare not try to answer these facts, and they're running away. In 1827, Moroni delivered the plates to Joseph Smith to translate the Book of Mormon. Justinian's pope was appointed in 537 AD, but could not take power until Rome was liberated in 538. Justinian names his first state pope in 537, but he can't place him on the throne yet. 1290 years, Joseph Smith gets the plates, but he can't translate yet. In 1823, Joseph saw the plates.
Justinian sets up his code for the state church, 533. 1290 years later, the angel shows Joseph Smith the plates.
In 1844, Joseph Smith was martyred and sealed the restoration of the church with his own blood.
The emperor declares the restoration of the Roman Empire in 554. 1290 years later, 1844, Joseph Smith seals the church restoration with his own blood. The 1290 years to the restoration was a pretty rough period. Daniel said, "Blessed is he that waits to the 1335 years." What happens then? 1335 reaches exactly 1868.
In that same year of 1868, with the railroad, Brigham Young opened up ZCMI, a trade route to the whole world.
1335 reaches exactly 1868.
Could this be why Daniel said it was better to wait for the 1335 years to pass?
1335 reaches 1873.
Then in 1873, Zion's Bank was opened and dedicated, setting the foundation of Utah's economic freedom exactly 1335 years after Rome was freed from the Goths.
1335 reaches 1873.
The saints while in the East could not establish a Kirtland Bank nor an economic foundation in Missouri or Illinois. Daniel said it would be better to wait until the 1335.
This is powerful evidence in the book of Daniel that Brigham Young was the rightful successor to Joseph Smith.
With an exact parallel of 1868 with ZCMI, Brigham Young also signed a contract with Union Pacific Railroad to build the Transcontinental Railroad to connect Salt Lake with the rest of the world. Talk about prophecy. In 1873, with Zion's Bank opening, the Utah Northern Railroad was completed. The Transcontinental Railroad helped Cassia residents prosper, provide jobs, and open markets.
On every one of these separate timelines, which are the same number, we have a false church being set up, and then we have the true church being set up.
For all these timelines to perfectly coordinate with Nebuchadnezzar's dream is impossible odds,
especially when Daniel's projecting mathematical perfection thousands of years into his future.
The Seventh-day Adventists attracted the entire world's attention when they declared to millions on hillsides all over the world that Christ was returning in the year 1844. Famous Bible scholars as well as the Adventists predicted that 457, the time that the decree to rebuild Jerusalem started, where they added all of Daniel's numbers given to him by Gabriel, which added up to exactly 1844, where they predicted Christ would return in that year. Thereby this exact math given in Daniel 8 sure made it look like 1844 was going to be the time of the judgment. This 1844 declaration about the return of Christ reached across the earth, including to the prophet Joseph Smith. So Joseph earnestly prayed to know the time of the coming of the Son of Man. The Lord said, "Joseph, my son, if thou livest until thou art 85 years old, thou shalt see the face of the Son of Man. Therefore let this suffice, and trouble me no more on this matter." A big "if thou livest." Joseph was left without an answer, without being able to decide whether this coming referred to the beginning of the millennium or some previous appearing, or whether he should die and see the face of God. The Lord said, "Trouble me no more about this." So if Joseph lived to be 85, this was not a prophecy, this was an if.
So the Adventists had it wrong. 1844 was the year that Joseph Smith sealed the gospel with his own death. Therefore, 1844 was the time of the restoration of the sanctuary, as Daniel said, had nothing to do with the second coming of Christ. So the Lord knew about 1844 beforehand, but he didn't want to tell Joseph Smith that he would martyr in 1844.
Once again, Daniel measures the exact number of years from his day all the way to 1844, where the church is restored. This is incredible odds.
So on the dream we have 7 kingdoms on 1, 2, 3, 4 empires. But John says there is an 8th, which is of the 7.
Another exodus, like unto the time of Moses, happens again in the latter days.
Israelites leaving captivity, going through the Red Sea, like unto a baptism, to the mountain of the Lord.
A latter-day exodus from a divided Europe through the ocean
to a land called America, one nation under God.
People in the 7th become the 8th in an exodus.
So the feet were of the 7, but now there's an 8th. The beast that was a beast and now is not a beast, he is the 8th.
So God is king of this mountain, but the kingdom of God will be cut out of this mountain, the 9th.
So we have Gentiles mixed with Israel going to the mountain of the Lord.
Kings without a kingdom still looking for their kingdom.
But since God is the king of the land of America, they still have no kingdom of their own.
Like the Israelites of old, they're being brought to the mountain of the Lord, which is like a temple preparation.
During the Exodus, the Lord brought his people to his mountain on eagle's wings.
Brought through a type of baptism where they arrive in America and are given eagle's wings of freedom. These people coming from Europe are of the remnant church, having the testimony of God, but having no place to worship in freedom.
So the feet were of the seven, but now there's an eighth. The beast that was a beast, and now is not a beast, he is the eighth.
But like unto Moses in the time of Exodus, there will be a division of the people for those who want their own kingdom, who want to follow the ways and traditions of Babylon. For those who are faithful, they can become kings and priests in God's kingdom.
People forget that the stone was a kingdom, the last kingdom on the dream.
Those people who want to climb the mountain of the Lord and become a part of Christ's kingdom, the ninth. Or those other people who remain a part of the seventh, even though they want to live in the eighth.
So in the latter days we behold a beast that was a beast, and then is not a beast, and yet still is. Revelation 17 and 8. God established our Constitution so his laws of freedom could prevail. Verses 9 through 11. Quantum entanglement is a very powerful but strange connection that exists between two like particles. Acting upon the first particle has a duplicate and matching effect on its twin. Even if they're very far apart, they're always coordinated. Let's say that Abraham sacrificing his own son goes into a time box here. And let's say that this incident causes a prophetic wave into the future of a like event. The father gives his son to a sacrifice. So these two prophetic events are like entangled particles which measure time and space between the two. The prophecy is fulfilled at the end of the timeline when the second event opens up to the world. Events in the Old Testament set the stage for parallel events in the far future. It says, things that hath happened already and have been done of old times return again as a remembrance of things that are to come. Sure enough, Ecclesiastes 1, 9 through 11. For the king had a dream where he saw this great tree grow over the whole earth. Daniel 4, 9 through 11. Hew down the tree. Dream about a great tree falling to the earth. Daniel was to interpret it. Daniel says the tree represents the king's dominion over the earth. The king was dreaming of his own kingdom likened to a giant tree that reached the heavens over the whole earth. The king was married to Babylon likened to his family tree. But the branches, the fruit, were political, not spiritual. He planned a patriarchal family tree where his sons and grandsons would inherit his legacy. A family tree forever.
Even though the king of Babylon repented of his evil tradition of abusive power, his sons and his grandsons who ruled after him did not repent, and the mark of the beast corrupted Babylon's whole tree generationally by the tradition of their fathers. But in the dream, the whole kingdom fell like a falling tree to the earth. Though the king's political family tree is completely destroyed, the stump of the tree is left alive in the earth and watered, a time capsule measuring 7 times into the future. Then Daniel, after being troubled for over an hour, said, "Oh my Lord, the dream is going to happen to those who hate you, king. This terrible fall of a huge structure is going to happen to your future enemies." So the stump is the time capsule for 7 times, not the tree. Just the stump. That means we don't count Nebuchadnezzar's kingdom or the fallen tree. So Persia is number 1. It passes over the stump first. Then Greece, number 2, passes over the stump. So the Greek kingdom is brass. So once the stump passes over the Greek kingdom, the stump loses its brass band. But now the iron band moves up and binds the stump. It's bound for 7 times. It cannot grow into a tree bush until 7 times pass. So we are measuring time. The iron legs match the iron band on the stump. So we count 3, 4, 5, 6 on the king's dream and we reach the feet. But Daniel indicates the stump must be bound for 7 times. Therefore, the stump must move into the future beyond the time of the dream. If we take a trip to Iraq, the ruins of ancient Babylon remain there today. They are like a low stump of a fallen ancient tree. These ancient ruins are like a time capsule with rings of a stump that measure time back to Nebuchadnezzar himself, with his name carved into the ancient bricks. These bricks, written in Akkadian, talk about Nebuchadnezzar, his wealth and power. The ancient lion that symbolizes Babylon still stands today. Saddam Hussein, the dictator of Iraq, walks out into those ancient ruins of ancient Babylon, and a strange spirit comes over him. He decides he's going to resurrect the family tree of Nebuchadnezzar and make himself head of that modern tree by raising Babylon from the dust. Using the ancient bricks, Saddam Hussein rebuilds the city of Babylon. Saddam Hussein, while building Babylon, made clay bricks with his inscription and legacy along with Nebuchadnezzar, making himself part of the family tree of Babylon. With Saddam not taking the branches from a dead ancient tree and trying to create a living tree in the present, hoping that he could resurrect the traditions of Babylon and make the family tree live again. He didn't realize only the stump of the tree had life. The rest of the tree was dead forever. Normally, a living stump only becomes a tree bush, never becoming a full-grown tree again. But with Saddam Hussein not taking the dead pieces of an ancient tree and trying to graft them into a living stump. But it was not King Nebuchadnezzar's heart that went into the stump. It was his wicked son. Is Saddam Hussein not trying to be the son of Nebuchadnezzar and adopt Nebuchadnezzar as his father? Saddam Hussein was not just trying to raise the ancient city by connecting it and grafting it into the roots and the original stump. He was trying to resurrect the family tree of Babylon. And when Saddam started to branch out with his tree and take territory, a man named Bush came to transform Iraq into a bush instead of a tree. A President Bush having eagle's wings proved that Saddam's tree was only artificial and greatly cut it back. No one wants to talk about it now, but it was Rumsfeld, the CIA, and America that built up Saddam Hussein's military power. America wanted Saddam to defeat Iran. In effect, America gave the Lion of Babylon eagle's wings. So could Daniel's vision of the eagle's wings which lift up the lion represent America in the latter days? Both American planes as hijacked eagle's wings hit this structure within the same hour. Daniel was troubled and upset because he had a vision for over an hour about this fallen structure that the king saw in his dream. Then Daniel tells him this is going to happen to the enemies of Babylon. But Daniel made a clear prophecy that the future enemies of Babylon's family tree would have their own tree cut down. The tree described in verses 9 through 11 of Daniel 4. Was this vision of the future why Daniel was upset for over an hour and silent? Did that fallen tree symbolize a Bush family, a father and son? A family tree presidency, a Bush father and son who Daniel said hated Saddam Hussein, likely more than they hated bin Laden. And they went to pluck Saddam's wings and transform his artificial tree into a bush on the stump. For it was the son Bush, George W., who cut down the new family tree of Saddam Hussein. Again, we had a lion whose wings were plucked and fell to the earth. For this fallen lion who had lost his wings of power was found hiding in the earth. Saddam Hussein was lifted up from the earth by American soldiers, or Liberty Wings. Again, we see that that lion was a man who was lifted up from the earth. Daniel 7 and 4. Could this be a modern prophecy of continuity that links back to the past? Is it mere coincidence in the book of Daniel that eagle's wings represent America today and Babylon both yesterday and today? And those eagle's wings conquered a lion-hearted man who was lifted up from the earth after falling from power. Or that this man who goes out of his way to associate himself with King Nebuchadnezzar and raise Babylon is the one who is hated by the Bush family, eventually becoming the main focus of retaliation and blame for the fall of the World Trade Center. Then Daniel tells him this is going to happen to the enemies of Babylon. After Iraq was invaded, the American soldiers set up their base of operations right inside the city of Babylon that Saddam Hussein had set up. Is this not a type and shadow of modern prophecy? Babylon now had eagle's wings. Justinian did not really restore the empire, nor did he restore the church. He set up a system that would divide the church and also divide the empire into clay and iron feet. Daniel's prophetic types are illusions of things to come, not necessarily reality. It's more about a model of time to gauge specific events in history. Saddam Hussein did not restore ancient Babylon, nor could he restore the ancient family tree of Nebuchadnezzar. He has set up his own imitation of Babylon, which will likely never become a noted city in the world again, but become a tourist attraction. President Bush was never the literal burning bush in the Bible that would free Iraq like Moses' burning bush freed Israel and Egypt. It was political. It was a transformation by political effort, not a spiritual transformation. President Bush might not have considered that you need Abraham Lincolns, George Washingtons as leaders. You need Christians in order to hold freedom. Hopefully the blood and the lives of our soldiers to free these people will be appreciated in time. As the tribes of Israel were scattered, we see a lot of evidence that the tribe of Ephraim, or Joseph, moved northward to places like Great Britain and Scotland. The Anglo-Saxons, the Goths, the Visigoths were all setting the stage. The majority of the Celts, Gauls, and Scyths eventually moved westward, for Ephraim's descendants were to become a multitude of nations. So the way John and Daniel look at it, Europe today is Justinian's feet and toes. Regardless if we're talking about Britain, Ireland, Germany, Switzerland, France, we're all talking about Babylon's feet. So biblically speaking, France and the British Empire represent an extension from Justinian's Babylon in existence today. After World War II, France and the British Empire established Saudi Arabia. England created the country of Iraq, which energized Iran into a viable economy. You might say that the Babylon of Europe re-established the Babylon of the Middle East. In the latter days, there were 4 fallen ancient lions who represented the 4 kingdoms that had fallen on Nebuchadnezzar's dream. Like 4 evil ghosts returning again from the ancient past, plotting once more to hijack 4 American eagles in order to rise up to heaven and be exalted.
I give you the numbers 9 through 11.
Eagles fly to the highest place. President Bush was never the literal burning bush in the Bible that would free Iraq like Moses' burning bush freed Israel and Egypt. It was political. It was a transformation by political effort, not a spiritual transformation. So America's 9/11 was all about a bush. Iraq was all about a bush almost at the very same time. Prophecy is about what will happen, not whether we agree with it politically. But twin prophecies and prophetic types can be similarities, not necessarily exact realities. Daniel claims the 11th horn was speaking through the eyes of a man. 1, 6, and 4 add to exactly 11 on the fireman's hat. Bush is speaking through a horn. Is this a prophetic type of Daniel's clues, where an 11th horn is speaking great things through the eyes of a man? An 11th little horn speaking great things through the eyes of a man, Daniel 7.
I can hear you, the rest of the world hears you, and the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of it soon.
1, 6, and 4 add to exactly 11 on the fireman's hat. Secret Service did not want the president to go here because the place was on fire, as you can see the smoke. But the president was surrounded by hundreds of firemen. A bush spoke great things at the place of a burning fire. But the bush was not consumed by that fire because he was surrounded by firemen, saviors from the flames. Was not the Trade Center also an 11th horn, a giant 11 with a horn that speaks great things to the world, a television tower, or an 11th horn, a second witness of Daniel's prophecy? President Bush was never really the 11th horn of Daniel, but more likely a type which connects American eagle's wings today to past history. President Bush was never the literal burning bush in the Bible that would free Iraq like Moses' burning bush freed Israel and Egypt. It was political. It was a transformation by political effort, not a spiritual transformation. Hew down the tree. The biblical symbolism of the fallen tree and the stump is associated with iron in the latter days. Daniel said after the tree fell, the stump of the tree remained with a band of iron and brass, iron at the end. One thing for certain, President Bush will forever be associated with a fallen tree that became a stump and then became a bush in New York City. For the fallen trade center has become like a stump where the iron has been removed. It is now growing like a bush and being watered by the people's tears. Perhaps politicians must learn that they cannot save the world. Only Jesus Christ can do that. Perhaps the destruction of what looks like an 11th horn reminds us of the 11th horn of Daniel, representing the adversary and his kingdoms being taken out. For the trade center represented the world economic system rather than just America. But according to the 9/11 prophecy law, what has happened before our time must happen again in the future, at least a type of what we saw. In other words, those eagle's wings that liberated Israel from the Egyptians were spoken from the burning bush, in order to bring all of Israel to the mountain of the Lord, or to himself. Yes, and it's Revelation 13, 9 through 11. Perhaps 9/11 is a type of what is coming in the future, when the clay and iron would not stick together as Nebuchadnezzar's dream fell into pieces. For as Daniel prophesied, the clay and iron was broken up into pieces and then carried away in the wind. Could that explain why the king's dream counts to exactly 9/11? Or could all these events be pointing to Joseph in Egypt, who represents the birthright in Israel, the 11th son of Jacob, or the 11th horn? For it was Joseph who would receive the greater blessings of the burning bush, Deuteronomy 33. The birthright given to the tribe of Joseph for the last days, to gather Israel, in which the adversary or Satan was trying to imitate all through these years. Living waters where Joseph has fathered Israel, Ephraim his firstborn son. Hear the word of the Lord, all ye nations. He that scattered Israel will gather them again. Jeremiah 31, 9 through 11. What does 9, 10, 11 have to do with the falling of towers? John directs us to count numbers to get to the answers. 9 plus 10 plus 11 equals 30. What does that have to do with towers falling? Can we do a Google search in the Bible for number 30 and towers falling and waters? The Google takes us to Isaiah 30. And there will be on every high mount, every high hill, rivers and streams of waters, like unto living waters, in the day of the great slaughter, when the towers fall. This pinpoints a time in history when the towers fall. All these people are being killed by great slaughter. Pinpoints the time when the mountain of the Lord and the waters of the gospel are being spread over the earth. Moreover, the light of the moon and the light of the sun, this represents Joseph's dream, will be sevenfold. Remember, in Joseph's dream with the moon and the sun, he was harvesting the sheaves. Likewise, the oxen and the young donkeys that work in that harvest will eat cured fodder, which has been winnowed with a shovel and a fan, Isaiah 30. We're talking about the harvest season when they're cutting up the produce. What time of the year did the towers fall with great slaughter to many people? It was September 11th, the time of the harvest. For Joseph, the 11th son of Jacob, was in charge of the harvesting of Israel, as if they were sheaves or wheat. For in that day when the towers fall with great slaughter, which represents the harvest moon, and also Jacob, who is the sun. Are they not relating the falling of the towers to the 7-year famine? One thing we can count on, President Hinckley declared in General Conference that 9/11 was a fulfilled prophecy by Joel 2 and 28, where the blood and fire and the pillars of smoke would reflect the coming and great terrible day of the Lord. But then people couldn't understand why he related this to the harvest of Joseph in Egypt and the 7-year famine, where the fat and lean cattle represented the dream of Joseph.
I cannot dismiss from my mind, I cannot forget the great lesson of Pharaoh's dream of the fat and lean kine, and of the full and withered stumps of corn. I cannot dismiss from my mind.
The Twin Towers fell next to World Trade Center number 7, destroying most of its foundation. Not only was the building number 7, it stood for exactly 7 hours before it fell. There was a total of 7 World Trade Center buildings. Might it symbolize the passing of the 7th dispensation of mankind combined with the 11th hour harvest, or Satan's attempt to counterfeit the 11th horn, who represents Joseph in Egypt, the 11th son of Jacob, pointing Joseph who would gather Israel in the harvest in the latter days. 9/11. What Joseph misstated in the presence of thousands of witnesses,
Joseph prophesied if the government of the United States did not redress the wrongs of the Mormon people inflicted on them by the state of Missouri, the time would come when the whole nation would be distracted by mobs from one end to the other. For there was a time in American history when the Latter-day Saints were attacked by mobs and had no constitutional protections. Because the government would not stand up for the constitutional rights of the Latter-day Saints, the problem would return in our day. It seems the prophecy has been fulfilled. The Constitution is not protecting the rights of citizens in America today. Perhaps because all the lies that were being printed about the Latter-day Saints were actually believed by many American citizens. Now American citizens today are being accused of lies. Experiencing what it feels like today to be accused of things you never did, never said, and never even thought.
For behold, the day cometh that shall burn as an oven, and all the proud, yea, all that do wickedly, shall be as stubble.
This historical model revealed to John the Revelator and Daniel is mathematically perfect. Regardless of the lies you've heard, the Lord said, "Wherefore I, the Lord, knowing the calamity which should come on the inhabitants of the earth, called upon my servant Joseph Smith, Jr., and spake unto him from heaven, and gave him commandments. For I am no respecter of persons, and I will that all men shall know that the day speedily cometh, the hour is not yet, but is nigh at hand, when peace shall be taken from the earth, and the devil shall have power over his own dominion, and also the Lord shall have power over his saints, and shall reign in their midst, and shall come down in judgment upon Odemia, or the world."
Daniel was troubled and upset because he had a vision for over an hour about this fallen structure that the king saw in his dream. Then Daniel tells him this is going to happen to the enemies of Babylon. On 9/11, 4 airships with eagle's wings were destroyed. Both American planes, as hijacked eagle's wings, hit this structure within the same hour. Was this vision of the future why Daniel was upset for over an hour and silent? One of the problems with maintaining the Twin Towers was birds would actually nest, hundreds of them, right in the corner of these branches. For the birds, these were branches of a literal tree, which turned into bows that went all the way to the top of the building. Obviously, it was an economic tree. It was opposing Babylon, in which the fowls, or the birds, had habitation in the branches. 3,000 years ago, Daniel says these birds dwelt also in the boughs, which were connected to the branches, as we show. Daniel chapter 4. Was this vision of the future why Daniel was upset for over an hour and silent? In fact, all 3 American eagles were cast into the fiery furnace within Daniel's 1 hour. Flight 175 had 56 passengers. 5 plus 6 equals 11, which crashed into 11. Flight 11 had exactly 11 crew members. Flight 11 crashed into the 11. Flight 11 also had exactly 92 passengers. 9 plus 2 equals 11, which crashed into a giant 11 on 9/11. Daniel's 11th horn. Daniel speaking thousands of years ago about this tree that was attacked and destroyed, seen by all those upon the earth, what appeared to be winged birds lodging themselves inside the branches, whereby these flying fowls would lodge themselves in the boughs of the branches of this structure, whereby from the perspective of ancient prophecy it looked like fowls or birds heading for the branches of their tree. And the only possible way that all flesh could be fed by this economic system, as we were talking about an economic tree, was not the World Trade Center in New York, the center of economic activity on the earth. Its height was great. It was the highest building in New York. For an hour Daniel was quiet before the king. Daniel answered the king and said, "My lord, the dream of this terrible falling structure, this is going to happen to those who hate you, and the interpretation thereof is for thine enemies." The enemies who most hated this rising legacy of Babylon in Iraq, might they not be the latter-day enemies who had their economic tree destroyed and hewn down? Here's the problem with this prophecy. In Nebuchadnezzar's day, he never had enemies who had a giant economic tree that fell to the earth and was destroyed. This must be about the latter days. But Daniel told the king, the God in heaven reveals these secrets to make known to the king Nebuchadnezzar what shall be in the latter days.
And sure enough, in our time, Saddam Hussein rebuilds the city of Babylon and tells the world that he is King Nebuchadnezzar reincarnated. So this supposed reincarnation of Nebuchadnezzar rebuilds the city of Babylon and brings back the legacy of Nebuchadnezzar. Who are the enemies in the latter days who literally hate this image of Babylon and Nebuchadnezzar? The enemies who most hated this rising legacy of Babylon in Iraq were the two Bush presidents. And the only possible way that all flesh could be fed by this economic system is we are talking about an economic tree. Daniel's ancient prophecy warns the fowls that are flying to get away from this dangerous structure. Is this about helicopters and planes trying to rescue people but could not get close to the burning flames? For the fowls must get away from his branches. Could the prophecy about leaves falling off the branches be human beings falling from the structure? Shake off the leaves, he said. Strangely, Daniel never prophesied that this modern version of Babylon was guilty of attacking this tree of their enemies, only that it happened. Perhaps politicians must learn that they cannot save the world. Only Jesus Christ can do that. Future prophecies of time. For John says there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kingdoms on the dream. But then there's an 8th, a mountain of the Lord. America, a type of the mountain of the Lord where God is king. A modern exodus like the Old Testament, where believers escape through the sea to their own promised land. The tribe of Joseph's promised land, America. But out of the 8th comes the 9th, a stone cut out of the mountain without hands. So John says the dragon controls the 10 horns or the 10 toes on the feet. That makes him number 11. Therefore, the final winding up scene for this world is where 9, the stone, rolls forth and crushes the head of the serpent. 9/11. Thereby the kingdom of God is aimed at the feet of the image, taking out Satan and all his kingdoms. So can we see why Joseph Smith was emphasizing 9, 10, and 11 as such an important number of encryption? For the little horn, all the lying words he spoke, and his entire body is destroyed by the burning flame. Daniel 8:8, 9 through 11. So we count John's 7 heads and 10 horns, plus 1 little horn, we get 11. 7 plus 10 plus 1 equals 18, or 3 sixes. Then we add God's stone to the 9 and the 10 toes and the 11th horn, and we get 30. As we add all the final numbers of the timeline, we get 1830, a second witness. The American Revolution is about the Eagle of Liberty, the English colonies who declared independence from England, symbolized by the lion. But the wrath of the British lion came from the sea, and it took away their liberty wings by a British occupation of their colonies, businesses, churches, and towns. But an army led by George Washington fought to get those liberty wings back. But Washington defeated the British lion and plucked his wings. George Washington came out of the Lion of Babylon, but he actually stood up above it as a man. Daniel saw a lion with eagle's wings, and it stood up from the earth on the feet of a man, and a man's heart was given to it. So the dream is a perfect continuity of prophetic events that are modeled in former days and fulfilled in the latter days. Types and shadows of events in Daniel's time are modeled as fulfilled prophecies in the latter days. God was using King Nebuchadnezzar as a literal puppet for our time. When the heart of the beast left Nebuchadnezzar, he became a free man who praised God with eagle's wings. But that evil heart went captive into a stump, where it would remain until the latter days. After the king was insane like a jungle animal, his hairs grew like eagle's feathers, his nails like bird's claws. He acknowledged God was the only king of the land, and God set him free, Daniel 4:33. When the heart of the beast left Nebuchadnezzar, he became a free man who praised God with eagle's wings. But that evil heart went captive into a stump, where it would remain until the latter days. Were not the eagle's wings of freedom hijacked by the Lion of Babylon? But then those eagle's wings were removed. But a man stood up from the earth, picked up those eagle's wings, and a man's heart was given to those wings. Was that not George Washington, Daniel 7:4? So the dream is a perfect continuity of prophetic events that are modeled in former days and fulfilled in the latter days. Types and shadows of events in Daniel's time are modeled as fulfilled prophecies in the latter days. He's using King Nebuchadnezzar as a literal puppet for our time.
In the latter days there were 4 fallen ancient lions, who represented the 4 kingdoms that had fallen on Nebuchadnezzar's dream. Like 4 evil ghosts returning again from the ancient past, plotting once more to hijack 4 American eagles in order to rise up to heaven and be exalted.
Or is it just a coincidence that 4 planes, 4 ships carrying people, mark the date of 9/11?
We have located all of the clues given to us by Daniel, and they perfectly match 9/11 and the Iraq War. We have located dozens of fulfilled prophecies because every clue found opens up a second clue and a third and a fourth clue, and on until it completes itself within a perfect system in context. This has never happened previously.
I have to say that my opinion is that any Christian in the world is gonna want this. Something everyone's looking for. Is gonna fulfill so many prophecies in the scriptures that some prophecies people don't even know about.
People can waste a lot of time reading books on Bible fiction. In the year 2000, a lot of top preachers were quoting the Bible to raise fears about Y2K. They made millions of dollars while we went out and bought their books, believing they were real prophecies in our time. Everyone wakes up on New Year's Day and nothing happened. Why do we still buy their books? False prophecies can cause Christians to stop believing in the Bible, and then when something true like this book comes along, people don't want to believe it. This book restored my faith in God and in the Bible in a huge way.
Picture of prophecy. You may see a prophecy fulfilled that was in the Old Testament, that was fulfilled a few years later, and then decades later you may see the same prophecy fulfilled once again. That seems to be the cyclical nature of prophecy. And this is what Paul has found, and this is what he is tying to as he is creating not only just a scriptural cycle, but also a political cycle that ties to these scriptures.
I'm Ross David, and I have no explanation as to why 9/11 is in the Bible. If this discovery is true, it will be the first time anyone ever successfully linked Bible prophecy to our day in a convincing way.
You know, where are all the national ministers that should be behind this discovery? They got behind Y2K, but where are they now?
When you go through this evidence and confirm the connections, you come away with a lot of confirmation. The biblical evidence just keeps adding and adding until you see the pieces or the puzzle come together by God's design. The details match perfect history being mapped out long ago. There are no unmatching clues. If Saddam Hussein hadn't rebuilt Babylon, there would not have been a modern Babylon type to link all of these connections together with 9/11. Saddam became a modern link to the past and present prophecies, bringing America into prophecy.
I believe John the Revelator is on the earth today, working hard to gather the lost 10 tribes of Israel. If they do not have records on earth, John has access to genealogical records which are in heaven. Many of these lost tribes are in Ukraine and the Russia area. Satan is working very hard to disrupt this work.
Facsimile 2 of the Book of Abraham becomes the third witness of the 1830 timeline of the restoration of the church. After 9/11, all 7 World Trade Centers were destroyed. The entire day was about a giant 11. 11 plus 7 equals 18, or 666. The essence of Joseph's birthright was the adversary was trying to make him disappear from history, take him completely out of the scene, completely remove it from history and replace it with anything else but Joseph. His brothers, under Satan's influence, removed his coat of colors. The coat was a gift from his father, symbolizing the birthright. They cast Joseph into a pit to make his birthright disappear. Then the brothers killed a beast and then marked Joseph's coat with its blood. This mark of the beast was to make Joseph and his birthright disappear forever. This mark of the beast concealed from Jacob that they had sold their brother Joseph as a slave to Egypt. Showing Jacob the mark on the coat, they convinced Jacob that Joseph was killed by a wild beast. Telling their father Jacob that Joseph was killed by a wild beast was a cover-up that all 10 brothers agreed to keep secret. The mark of the beast on the coat was an illusion. It was an image that allowed them to buy and sell Joseph and his birthright for money to the Egyptians. Like unto Esau, who sold his birthright. They sell out God's constitution for governing Israel. Now we know why Joseph Smith claimed that the beast was an illusion. It was an image and not a reality.
This exposes all the theologians today who take part in this cover-up to hide Joseph's birthright by declaring a beast 666 to the world. Satan knows that any evil tradition of worship seals believers to its marked path. He knows that such people will fight to the death, defending the tradition of an evil false god and a sacred cause. So if Christ is named the way and the path to God, what would Satan's name and path be called? John indicates that this marked path names the beast, or it is the number of his name, which is number 666 also. The book of Revelation was originally written in Greek. There's just one word in the New Testament that has a numerical value of 666. That Greek word is paradoses, which means tradition. Like Roman numerals, Greek letters have numerical values. Pe is 80, alpha is 1, Pero is 100. Alpha is 1 and delta is 4. Omicron is 70 and sigma is 200. Iota 10 and sigma 200, equaling 666. To follow Jesus and repent of sin, a believer must repent of Satan's tradition. Like John indicates, we must overcome the mark of his name. For lost Israel chose captivity and followed the agenda and the tradition of the dragon, which counted the number of the man. The title of the Pope was 666, but we now know that he was just a puppet of the emperor. At that time, the emperor controlled the Pope. Was he not the actual vicar of God, imposing his authority on the Pope? But then we realize the emperor himself is just a puppet of the adversary, Lucifer. Therefore, Lucifer is the actual source and the vicar of God. In actual history, the first Pope, Vigilius, stood up to the emperor and was jailed and lost his life for his integrity. So Lucifer himself is 666. It's not his name, it's the mark of his name, John says, that corrupts the natural man, tradition. So what does the golden image of Nebuchadnezzar in 600 BC have to do with Israel? Like all biblical understanding in types and shadows, why would John suddenly come up with this number 666 if it did not have an earlier foundation to understand its meaning? And how does the gold relate to King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon? Once again, the 9/11 code brings us to the answer. What has been done in the past must be done again. Things that are new just don't suddenly pop up in the Bible without being related to things that existed before. Even things that are no longer remembered from former generations are repeated in the future. There's nothing new under the sun. Everything has to relate to something in the past. So John talks about the 666 mark. It has something to do with buying and selling, or money, or gold. People are so quick to inject their own meaning into this that they don't pay attention to the full context. Remember, the full meaning of all this started out with Nebuchadnezzar, who had this dream about this image. Now, if we're going to relate this to selling your soul for money or whatever it is, we've got to relate it to Nebuchadnezzar, who gave life to the image that he set up. Now, the context is about worshiping this image or being killed. So rather than everyone just reading into this their own meaning, let's take it back to its original foundation. Going back in Bible history, there was a time when King Nebuchadnezzar relapsed into his former evil nature. He constructed a tower made of pure gold, 60 cubits high and 6 cubits wide. Daniel records the king's golden image was 60 cubits high and 6 cubits wide, 66. Once again, the king represents the gold. Was it not like a media orchestration for King Nebuchadnezzar to inflate his image to the whole world by dwarfing everyone else in it? To broadcast his superiority through his wealth and power, to immortalize himself and his name. So could King Nebuchadnezzar being associated with gold also have an earlier meaning or something from another generation? An association with a king before Nebuchadnezzar's time who fits something that will happen again twice. And sure enough, it links back. King Solomon yearly received 666 talents of gold. 1 Kings 10 and 14. And talk about a direct link in prophecy, it was King Nebuchadnezzar's army that burned down Solomon's temple and took all Solomon's gold and the spoil back to Babylon. Again, Daniel associates the golden head of Nebuchadnezzar as being the 600 BC man. Nebuchadnezzar also represents the gold on the image, 60 cubits high and 6 cubits wide. So we have 60 gold, 6 gold, and 600 gold, equaling 666. So John the Revelator says, count the number of a man.
Well, King Nebuchadnezzar is the man that counts 666. But is not this man also an image that is being worshipped? And that form of worship has a direct relationship with buying and selling. In other words, money or gold. But then we see an orchestration where people must sacrifice to this image or they will be killed. Obviously, only an authority of the state could possibly control those who buy or sell or have a business or control their money. If you lose your job, it's like being fired. Where do we find a likeness of this earlier in the Bible? But John has to be referring to something that will happen in the future that is like unto what happened with Nebuchadnezzar. In other words, 9/11, what has been done in the past will be done again. For Daniel's 11th horn, that represents a worldwide state, has the power to take away your sacrifice and worship or your freedom to sanctuary. Daniel 8:9-11. Things that are new just don't suddenly pop up in the Bible without being related to things that existed before. Obviously, only an authority of the state could possibly control those who buy or sell or have a business or control their money. To fulfill John's prophecy, there has to come a time where a prophetic match is the same pattern as ancient Babylon, whereby all nations are gathered to one system of state control, where everyone bows down to the same gold or the god of money. The king of Babylon gathered all leaders from all nations, in other words, a united nations. The Bible says he commanded all nations to bow down to the gold. They were commanded to fall down and worship after the orchestra sounded their horns. You might call this a political orchestration with an orchestra by the king. For the king made a decree that every man that hears the sound of these 6 instruments in the orchestra must fall down and worship the golden image or be cast into a fiery furnace. Daniel 3:9-11. In Daniel 3, they blew the 6 instruments 3 times. 666. The orchestra sounded. In an ancient world when they had no mass communications like television or microphones, they sent the king's message to the world by decree, by sounding the horns and projecting a giant massive image that could be seen and heard for miles away. This was their media to control the people. This is the closest thing they had to a media broadcast tower of sight and sound. So you gather the world's population to this political orchestration of both sound and sight and sensationalism in order to plant the seeds into all of their minds. So they both orchestrate and manufacture a life and death world crisis. They send out the bad seeds of fear, numbered 666, into everyone's consciousness by fear of death, and everyone must comply with the state decree or perish. So out of fear, people trade their freedom for an illusion of security. By bowing to tyrants, they sell out their freedom and devotion to worship the state and worship mammon instead of God. The king becomes your tree of life. All flesh depend on the king for their money to buy and sell. The horn of his power takes God's place by making all mankind one with Satan's power through the state, cutting devotion to God off. It's about Lucifer exalting himself to be the Lord of hosts, taking away the sacrifice, casting down Christ's sanctuary. He wants to take away the effectiveness of Christ's sacrifice, the atonement. So it's only those people who worship the beast as a god who are permanently sealed to the mark and are tormented by the fire, according to Revelation 14:9-11. You must bow to the god of abortion rights, or you cannot participate in the system, or those who control the traditions held by the media and the elite. Either you go along with the sacrificing of the lives of infants, or you are fired from those who control the state. John indicates that beast in the garden requires that they give life unto the image of the beast. Unless movie actors and media heads bow down to this secular god, they are not allowed to participate, but are blacklisted. In a modern Babylon, the adversary takes control of the technological horn, and only those who go along with the system and bow to the system can participate. Remember, the gold is an image of the king or Babylon, but he is just a puppet of that serpent beast. So the image of the man and the beast are 666. So whatever this is, it has to happen in John's future, not his past. It has to be done again. 666 has to happen twice. This 666 God, made of your tax money, requires a full surrender of your freedom to the state.
You surrender up your eagle's wings of liberty to your new father and mother, the government. And if you fail to meet the requirements of your new government family, there'll be no stimulus check for you, no job, no buying or selling.
We saw some in government use the pandemic as an excuse to force churches to close. The national debt seems to be deliberately heightened to break the monetary system whereby those who have evil designs may try to control our behavior by withholding our money to force us to comply with the state. We must pray this will not happen.
In America today, if you dare promote a constitutional liberty forum, you must have bodyguards and police to protect you from human predators trying to physically attack you with hate and rage. For Joseph Smith indicates these evil systems by Satan turn people into predators, beasts of the flesh, one kingdom devouring the next, transforming whole societies into subhuman predators full of hate and greed. You had better adhere to the traditions of the socialists, or they will prey on you. Do not such people seek Satan's media horn to spread their hate across the land? Loud voices through loud horns of the media, teaching America's youth that America's freedom is a crime and must be destroyed. The devil's lions are coming to devour our freedom, our liberty wings. These ancient Hebrews refused to fall down to the money system that was controlled by the world government of Babylon. They refused to bow down to the false god. Where does it end? The innocent end up getting thrown into the fire. Being fired from your job came from this biblical event. To fulfill John's prophecy, there has to come a time where a prophetic match is the same pattern as ancient Babylon. How could this possibly be a type for the latter days? People's expectation to make the state into their god and become their savior to solve all unfairness, all inequality in the world is itself insane. There can never be any more injustices, any more bad cops, or anything ever go wrong, or we'll burn everybody's economy down to the ground where they can't buy or sell unless they conform to our image. The state cannot save people from their trials. Only Jesus Christ can do that. We see protesters burning an American eagle wrapped in an American flag. Burning eagle's wings of liberty. The message is clear. If you refuse to worship the God of political correctness, your nation will be burned. Your eagle's wings of liberty will be torched. Could the people kneeling down to a 666 God at the time of Daniel and the fires of hatred threatening to destroy the eagle's wings of liberty be a type and shadow of America today? By public protest against the American flag, are they not protesting against God, country, and liberty? By kneeling against the American flag, are they not supporting a God of social justice, fashioned by the left to create more division and not unity? Either you give up your freedom and bow down to our new beastly traditions for America, or we will cast America's liberty into the fire. So it's only those people who worship the beast as a god who are permanently sealed to the mark and are tormented by the fire, according to Revelation 14, 9 through 11. Is not John's beast man a type of person that's among many groups? He is invisible to others as he works to empower himself by using and abusing others in a marriage, a church, a workplace, and a government office. He blinds others, deceiving the very elect. A person like this has to control others or they feel starved for energy. They have to have a source of supply to feed their inner beast. They have to make you wrong by putting you down because they have to be right, always at your expense. So just how do we recognize when the mark of the beast has been sealed into our foreheads, into our minds and thought processes? One day we wake up. For no particular reason, we become offended by everything. In the latter days, John said an Antichrist would come. But John also said there are many Antichrists. Are they not all one Antichrist in many bodies? Until we can all learn how to discern a small minority of abusive people in all races and all groups, change is impossible. Christ said, by their fruits you will know them. These people all bear bad fruit. A person who never admits he's wrong, but knows how to make other people look like they're wrong. He plays God. Joseph Smith says the image of these beasts is all about the nature of man, or the natural man. So all the devil has to do is impose his own tradition on our flag, mark our flag with a lie, and he can divide America.
We're all scratching our heads. How did the flag become a tradition of hate for our youth? In the latter days, John said an Antichrist would come. But John also said there are many Antichrists. Are they not all one Antichrist in many bodies? Unless you learn how to separate evil people from good people, you'll end up painting the whole group or race with a broad brush. If you say in your heart, all whites are bad, all blacks are bad, all police are bad, you have become a beast or an Antichrist yourself. So if we follow that tradition, our spirits become like unto Satan. We become devils ourselves, clones of Satan. As we've seen, his traditions stir up the children of men to combinations of murder and evil works. And only Christ can help us escape from this awful monster. Jesus is the way out of the mark. Once again, 2 Nephi 9 through 11. This beastly hatred and blindness came by looking beyond the mark. They must needs fall, Jacob 4 and 14. Like shooting an arrow at a bullseye, the only mark we should aim for is the kingdom of God. If you're aiming your life towards anything else, you're actually missing the true mark. Satan's mark is missing God's mark. When such a mindset rules for its own justification, civil society ends. It all began with subconscious imagery in the king's dream. And that form of worship has a direct relationship with buying and selling. In other words, money.
Anecdotally, reports of citizens and businesses being asked to pay a fee to operate within this area. This is the crime of extortion.
Or we'll burn everybody's economy down to the ground, where they can't buy or sell unless they conform to our image. The innocent end up getting thrown into the fire. Is this not the spirit of Babylon rising to hijack our eagle's wings of liberty, imposing their beastly mark, their new tradition on America? The horns of the media tell the world there's nothing to see here. It's all peaceful. Sound familiar? The Apostle Paul gives you one simple test to identify an Antichrist. He or she is lawless, whether it's a mayor of a city, a next-door neighbor who lies about you, a police officer who abuses the law, a rioter looting your store, the head of the FBI making up false charges to a FISA court, or a narcissistic husband who physically and verbally abuses his wife. Just like almost every city needs a woman's shelter to protect women from abusive husbands, so society needs to shelter itself from these lawless people. If you dare promote God, family, and country, you are immediately associated with Hitler by the horn of the media. You may not yet be physically killed, but you're subject to a character assassination. So no government worker can come up and sneak a tattoo on you and change your mind against God. It's got to be a willing decision to choose against the Lord. You've got to accept a marked path or a tradition of the adversary. So because of the fall of Adam, John says Lucifer caused all, small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, everybody to receive this mark. This mark represents the path of our fallen nature. So this doesn't leave anybody out. They already have this fallen nature in their minds. For the gospel is all about gaining a victory over our nature, over the adversary, and over his image and power. This is about overcoming the beast. In other words, overcoming our fallen nature. You have to think a little bit. Jesus did not die to help you gain a victory over a computer chip or some vaccination in your arm. That's not what the gospel is about. For before God destroys this earth at the time of the harvest, he's going to seal all of his servants and his people in their foreheads, Revelation 7:3. The forehead sealing is what happens at the time of the harvest. We need to recognize that Satan is conducting his own harvest at the very same time God is conducting his. He is literally sealing his servants in their foreheads. God's enemy already knows that these people are subject to the fall. Therefore, all he has to do is distract them away from the atoning blood of Jesus Christ, and he can seal them to their fallen nature before Christ comes. But I might add, in order to be fully sealed to the adversary, eternally, they must be completely devoted to his evil traditions. God will extend his mercies to many of those who were blinded from the truth. In the book of Daniel, the three Hebrews showed us all how to overcome the mark. They refused to bow down to the false god. They refused to give up their eagle's wings of religious liberty, so they were cast into the fire. What does it mean when we see people kneeling while holding their cell phones? Seemingly millions living their whole lives online. Is the media becoming that false god that millions are worshiping? a bewitching power that entices millions into a world of unreality. That which we spend most of our time doing becomes a form of worship. Could this be a type of John's mark in the right hand, and also the forehead, a type of worship or mind control? Is it not a type of the ancient prophecy where people bowed down to a god of Babylon? The Bible giving us a glimpse of our latter-day future, where the whole world was gathered to a tower of mind control made of gold. Is it not a way to gather the world to a type of Satan's poison fruit? A tree of technology to manipulate us with images and sound for mind control, to make us all think the same as we are controlled by those plotting to take away our freedom. Gold represents our wealth. Today our jobs, our money, our entire lives are online in the Tower of Technology for the whole world. We see protesters burning an American eagle wrapped in an American flag. Burning eagle's wings of liberty. If you don't want to die, you've got to give up your eagle's wings of liberty. In a modern Babylon, the adversary takes control of the technological horn, and only those who go along with the system and bow to the system can participate. Is it not about growing the national debt until it reaches the sky, whereby we must all bow down to the gold? A system where all small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, are marked by this debt. Even your smallest children are already slaves to it. Rich and poor alike are all marked by this political tradition. Even if you're free of personal debt, you're still in bondage like the rich and poor alike. Does it not force mankind into replacing Christ by paying the debt for the sins of society's evil traditions with tax money, instead of Christ paying the debt through his atonement and sacrifice? Fundamentally transforming our devotion to the God of government to save us from sin rather than Jesus Christ. I am the way, the truth, and the light. So if Jesus is the way, how can government tradition also be the way? For there is only two paths, Christ's way or the traditions of Satan. In our thought processes, have we sold out God for Satan's traditions? The Bible giving us a glimpse of our latter-day future, where the whole world was gathered to a tower of mind control made of gold. Gold represents our wealth. Today our jobs, our money, our entire lives are online in the Tower of Technology for the whole world. Even God's people are marked because they have to live in the world and not of it. But they must not worship the beast. They must overcome the marked path of Satan. For this tree is a tree of both good and evil. It can be used for God's work also. Is this not about breaking the first commandment, thou shalt have no other gods before me, bowing down to a false god who cannot possibly save you? For Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were employees of the king. They paid their taxes, but they would not worship the god of political correctness. So there is no scripture in the Bible about taking the mark of the beast, only receiving the mark. Now that's the same thing as receiving Jesus Christ, or receiving him as your source of worship, or receiving the beast as your source of worship. It's about worship, not about having some mark or computer chip forced on you. Like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, rather than being afraid of the fire, we need to allow God to transform us into the burning bush. But when the king looked in the fire, these men were not being burned. So Christ himself came to save those who overcome the mark of Babylon. Instead, the king saw forth one like the Son of God in the midst of the flames with the other three. Their eagle's wings of religious liberty could not be used against them by the king. For Christ came to free them from the flames and free them from the king with wings of liberty.
But unto you that fear my name shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings.
But according to the 9/11 prophecy law, what has happened before our time must happen again in the future, or at least a type of what we saw. For the king made a decree that every man that hears the sound of these 6 instruments in the orchestra must fall down and worship the golden image or be cast into a fiery furnace. Daniel 3:9-11. For the gospel is all about gaining a victory over our nature, over the adversary, and over his image and power. This is about overcoming the beast. In other words, overcoming our fallen nature. So this marked path is a course in which you walk on, according to the prince and power of the air, or I might add the airwaves of today. Just as there were two trees in the beginning with bad and good fruit, so today the trees of technology offer both good and evil fruit to the whole world. Are the 10,000s of the horns that represent the tribe of Joseph today the media horns spreading the gospel to the four corners of the earth?
The forehead sealing is what happens at the time of the harvest. And this power of the air works on the sons of disobedience in the latter days.
We need to recognize that Satan is conducting his own harvest at the very same time God is conducting his. Political correctness must be bowed down to and worshipped as the only tradition allowed or be destroyed. Being fired from your job came from this biblical event.
Just as 3 Hebrews representing their religious freedom were cast into a fiery furnace made 7 times hotter in Babylon,
so were 3 American airlines filled with freedom-loving innocent people cast into a modern fiery furnace made several times hotter because of the exploding jet fuel.
Prophetically speaking, you might as well call the 3 planes Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. When these 3 Hebrews were cast into the fire had no power to burn their bodies, because there was a 4th man, like unto the Son of God, in the flames. For the gospel is all about gaining a victory over our nature. 9/11, sealing prophecies into the future.
Jesus said, I am the vine and ye are the branches. Without me you can do nothing.
I am the vine and ye are the branches. Was this not a type of the burning bush where the branches burn but are not consumed? What was the symbolism for the executioners committing suicide, carrying out the orders of the king to cast these 3 into the fire? For the fire was so hot the executioners were slain.
These servants of Babylon sacrificed their own lives in the flames to destroy the religious freedom of the 3 Israelites. Why did the king have these Israelites thrown into the fire after binding all their clothes together?
What in the world was the king's rationale for casting these 3 into the fire and having them gather all their clothes together like they were going on a trip or some kind of vacation?
For these men were bound with their garments, their hats, their hosen, into the midst of the fire.
As people board airplanes today, they bind their clothes on carry-on luggage. Just as 3 Hebrews representing their religious freedom were cast into a fiery furnace made 7 times hotter in Babylon,
so were 3 American airlines filled with freedom-loving innocent people cast into a modern fiery furnace,
cast into the fire alive. You might as well call the 3 planes Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Was Jesus waiting at the Trade Center to take a lot of people home? Like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, the fire could not hurt them because they were with Jesus. Like the fiery furnace of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, waiting to meet his people.
There is a God in heaven that revealeth secrets and maketh known to the king Nebuchadnezzar what shall be in the latter days.
These servants of Babylon sacrificed their own lives in the flames to destroy the religious freedom of the 3 Israelites. Instead, those men the king commanded to cast them into the fire were all slain by the tremendous heat.
Sound familiar? Was it not a modern parallel to Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego when the terrorists committed suicide in order to cast our eagle's wings into the modern fiery furnace?
Hew down the tree and cut off his branches, said Daniel. The king saw a 4th, one like the Son of God, in the midst of the flames with the other 3. What about the 4th figure in the fire, like unto the Son of God? If we can't show a 4th eagle on 9/11, we can't possibly make a biblical connection. On 9/11, 4 airships with eagle's wings were destroyed. Or is it just a coincidence that 4 planes, 4 ships carrying people, marked the date of 9/11? But on 9/11, there was a 4th with eagle's wings that sacrificed itself like unto the Son of God, Flight 93. You might say that Flight 93 came down from heaven and sacrificed itself to save the lives of others. On the crater where Flight 93 crashed, we see a winged lion. We see the face, we see the body here, we see a tail with a familiar black tip. A lion with eagle's wings having been brought down to the earth. We do not see the airplane, we see what was left in the crater.
But as far as the Lion of Babylon, who hoped to rise up to heaven on those eagle's wings he hijacked, he will remain in the earth as a sad part of history and a graveyard. I invite you to check this out on the internet. This is the actual photo of what appears to be a winged lion painted in the earth by the crashing of this plane. This is incredible. I've never seen a crash site depict a Bible prophecy. In all of history's plane crashes, I have never seen an impact crater before that looked exactly like Daniel's lion with eagle's wings. Imaging an exact Bible prophecy, this is astounding. 9/11 sealing prophecy. When the officials got to the Flight 93 crash site, they found what appeared to be an empty hole. One of the firemen said, "Where's the plane?" So if the fourth eagle is like Christ who sacrificed himself, is it not a prophetic type of how they ran to Christ's tomb and found it empty? The first kingdom was like a lion having eagle's wings until the wings were plucked. Hew down the tree. Shake off his leaves. Daniel said the tree would shake off its leaves, the living part of the tree. September is the beginning of the fall season. Then Daniel, after being troubled for over an hour, said, "Oh my Lord, this terrible fall of a huge structure is going to happen to your future enemies." In the book of Daniel, the three Hebrews showed us all how to overcome the mark. They refused to bow down to the false god. First, the king set a trap where they would appear guilty for not obeying the law to bow down to the goal. Making them look wrong to everybody, he took away their freedom to object. Thus he justified himself by compulsory means to force these men into the fire. Thus the mark of an antichrist is to hijack your wings of freedom by trapping you with guilt in order to compel you to be put down to get even with you. Perhaps Nebuchadnezzar's dream shows us that all antichrists use that same compulsory means throughout history. Lord reveals the Antichrist to Joseph Smith, anybody who uses control, dominion, or compulsion over the children of men in unrighteousness. The Lord warns because of our fallen nature, men get a little authority and they begin to practice unrighteous dominion over others. If that Judas-like influence gets into the church, it confuses people about which authority they should follow. Because the priesthood is maintained by meekness and love only, if that evil influence is allowed to be in the church, it could cause people to turn against God's priesthood. But the Lord says this same disposition is among all mankind, not just religion, all races, all creeds, all colors. Because people fail to understand the evil source of a narcissistic antichrist who creates division, men often fight against each other, blindly, based on manufactured, circulated lies. Since the evil influence is hidden from your view, people turn on each other, and the innocent get blamed and punished. Blind hate turns you into an antichrist yourself. It's the same influence that destroys family trees and whole societies until God has to cut the whole poison tree down. When a person is a victim of abuse by trusting an evil man's authority over him, he learns to mistrust all authority. If he doesn't awaken from his marked path and disconnect himself from this evil, Satan can persuade him to turn against godly authority also, where he lumps all authority as being evil, thus turning against God because of blind intolerance. Thus Satan aims his mark at our minds, our foreheads, like a bad virus into the mind's computer. Is not the natural man the enemy of God or the true Antichrist here? Repentance is about detecting that which is Antichrist in ourselves first, rather than looking for something outside ourselves. Do we rule others with fear, like a domineering lion, or like a bear do we brutalize others by emotionally ripping them apart with bear claws? Or like a leopard do we look for a vulnerable opportunity to jump on someone's back as a backbiter? Or do we pretend to be the sweet little lamb to manipulate others by evoking sympathy, only to turn into a poisonous serpent and strike them down? Just look at all the fault-finding, guilt trips, and putting people down going on the internet. Is not Christ's atonement all about our repentance from sin and removing that beastly nature and replacing it with his love? Christ came to save us from this beastly nature.
Suppose God actually did send his prophet to America and Christians murdered him, believing the lies. If we want God to hear our prayers today, then we also need to hear him. Maybe he'll heal our nation when we ask him sincerely what he wants us to do. The apostles were not teaching denominationalism in their day. Maybe Christ still wants us to unite to one faith only, and not 500 divided churches as we see today.
These YouTube videos by me will show that you've been lied to on every point about Joseph Smith.
There is a God in heaven that revealeth secrets and maketh known to the king Nebuchadnezzar what shall be in the latter days.
Just as there were two trees in the beginning with bad and good fruit, so today the trees of technology offer both good and evil fruit to the whole world. Are the 10,000s of the horns that represent the tribe of Joseph today the media horns spreading the gospel to the four corners of the earth? How can the watchmen of Mount Ephraim or Joseph cry to the whole world and have the whole world hear them and gather to the mountain? And what are these horns that push God's people together to the ends of the earth? Are they not the mighty horns that gather people by technology throughout the world, giving the church mighty eagle's wings to gather Israel throughout the four corners of the earth? But in Joseph Smith's translation, it says the eagles that are gathering the body are the elect of God being gathered from the four corners of the earth.
But as the remnant of the bride gathers and returns in the latter days, in the 1800s, her eagle's wings will greatly expand over the whole earth.
So in our day, how would the symbolism of the boat and the eagle's wings be gathering God's people to the kingdom? At first they came to America on boats, later on American eagle's wings.
Our day could Satan seek to control the airwaves and hijack the eagle's wings to spread his lies and his deceptions against God's message and against righteousness. In other words, likening a broadcast technology into the trees of both good and evil today, spreading both good and evil fruit to the four quarters of the earth. Just as evil forces on 9/11 hijacked our own eagle's wings or American Airlines, using our own power and technology to attack us. John the Revelator says she has a cup of poisoned wine in her hand, which she delivers to the whole world to make them drunk with delusion. Today, those lies of delusion and deception are spread through the media or through the deceptions of the tree of technology. Could the 9/11 attack where American eagle's wings were plucked by our enemies be a foreshadowing prophecy of the future for 2021 when our freedoms were plucked by political hijackers of our country, who hijacked our constitutional wings for all three branches of government, using our own freedom to destroy our freedom? It is my conclusion that when the eagle's wings of America have its right and left wings plucked of its feathers to the point that it can no longer lift up liberty, that the lion of the Lord will return and devour it and replace it with God's eternal kingdom. Are these not biblical witnesses that connect directly to our time, showing us that Jesus Christ did restore his church to Joseph Smith in 1830? Isaiah saw a sealed book delivered to a young man. The Lord himself said that he would proceed to do his own work with this book that would cause the spiritually blind to see, and they would learn doctrine, Isaiah 29-11. When Jacob's birthright son Joseph was gone, his face waxed pale with sorrow. But in the latter days, Jacob's face will not be ashamed, nor will his face wax pale because of this book of the tribe of Joseph coming forth. I will not be monetizing this video because the prophets of God deserve all the credit.